into order. Today is January 23rd, 2020, and we are here for the board advance meeting here at Stockmeyer. And so we will begin with class.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, do we have any others? We do. Okay, so I will skip my address to that then. So moving on to board agenda approval. Any changes to the agenda today?
No.
Okay. No changes, anybody else? All right, so we'll ask for a motion.
I move to, please go ahead, sir.
And then to approve the agenda. Okay, and a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, great, thank you, Sylvia and Jerry, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to communication. That's right now. Public comment. I will just say very briefly, for anybody who might be over live streaming.
No.
Okay, so I can say otherwise, you might be wrong. So I guess we will be taking blue cards for comments for item on the agenda, just to let my fellow trustees know as we go today. So if we have anybody who's joining us later on, or for the second session, we'll take cards rolling and see what through each agenda item as needed. So consent. Can I get a motion for consent items, please?
I move we approve items 5.1 to 5.6.
Great, in a second.
That's it.
Okay, 62 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to board study session number 1, review of board priorities, agreements, and protocols. And I see Craig, Leslie, and Jeff for that. So I'm not sure who's starting off.
Probably me.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do, Lori and I were just talking a little bit about the nature of advances, and I did want to remind people that this is our chance to chat. And it's, every single time we get together for our advance, we say that we will review our priorities and how we're doing as a board and look at our agreements and protocols, see if we want to add to them, take things off, etc. So that's the context of this conversation. I'm guessing we'll spend maybe 20 to 30 minutes on it, something like that. If that works for everybody. Obviously, we do have a pretty hard stop right now, 5:30, I say 5:40 of the latest on all these items that we have before 5:30, right? So hopefully we can keep to the timelines more or less. At the same time, I don't want to give a short script just because this board is relatively new. Maybe not so much anymore, but relatively so. It's important that you have the time to talk with each other. And that's kind of a theme for the whole meeting like that today is this is your chance to talk. So with that in mind, there's really a couple things that we're doing here. And one is around, it says board priorities, which was actually a mistake on the agenda. I should have mentioned that. They're all district priorities, not board priorities. They're approved by the board, but they belong to the entire district. And with that in mind, I was hoping we could start with the board protocol, because it's a good way to start on with the notion of how we do it. So you had this attached to your agenda. I just want to remind everybody that the context of this particular set of agreements and protocol is that there was a set together maybe 5 years ago or so, I'm guessing, and it was very much put together in the context of what was going on at that time and who the board was and how they were interacting. And there was some clarity that that we wanted to work on those things. So what you're looking at, it has been changed, advance after advance after advance for many, many years, including you all a couple of times. And in fact, when we did a transition before you all were on, the four of you, Phyllis obviously is already here, the rest of you don't really, but you came to that meeting and were part of it, so it has already been looked at more than once by you. But I just want to give you that context and say, now being even more experienced and where we are, if some of these are things that you don't think need to be there, or you should add things or change them in any way, this is our time. And it's really, the intent of it isn't the document. The intent is you coming to agreements about how you want to interact with one another, with the schools, with the superintendent, etc. So that's the context of this. And with that in mind, I don't think I had anything in particular to add here, other than later on we have an item on the resolution that we're going to talk about. And once we come to or talk about that, eventually come to an agreement, I'm going to recommend that we add to here something about resolutions, because it's in different places, but really where that belongs is our agreements and protocols, and we must always look at that together. But
We had talked about response to resolutions, but it never actually made
it didn't make it here, it remained as a separate item, exactly. So we brought that tonight, and we added it later, just before we got here, so we'll take a look at that when we get to that agenda. All right, so with that in mind, I just wondered, and I know that for sure, I know Sylvia, you mentioned a couple of questions you asked, I know you had some. I just wanted to open it up to people to make recommendations or ask questions or recommendations.
All right, so do you want to start?
Sure. So one of the protocols I was wondering if we could add is during board meetings, giving an explanation of each of the sections. So just to say, well, this is a consent item because it's not that we haven't looked at it, or it's, I think for people who are coming in, we have a lot of people that are new to board meetings and don't know what the different sections mean. And so it would be nice if maybe as part of the way that we run the meeting, we explain the next 6 items of consent, which means it doesn't mean that we have discussed it or talked about it or reviewed it. It just means that these are meetings. There is some sort of quick explanation if that would be possible.
Are you thinking that something I verbally or the board president, whoever, maybe said out loud, or are you thinking that goes into summary header?
I'm thinking it's something that the president says out loud.
Okay.
Yeah, and when we do these meetings, we don't bring them, but we actually have a set of cheat cards that we put on the chairs that explains a lot of that to people. So I think that will be more helpful when we're back in our regular spot, and those are out there. But that's why those cards were put together. And if I can, before you dive into her comment and question, I want to point out that everything about how the board interacts, which used to be a huge part of this document, has been condensed to this thing called collective responsibility for adherence to board agreements. And that all of the guidelines about how we do that are in this follow guideline, the third bullet, follow guidelines for board interactions and board meetings as laid out in the bylaw and 21 and 3.2. So, but we don't have those here, they weren't attached, but that's where we said, if we change our board policy to make sure it reflected how we wanted our meetings to run. So I just note that that whole set is kind of missing from this particular document. So maybe we always just have to remember to attach those or embed those activities document. Okay.
Anybody have thoughts along the lines of what's Sylvia shared?
I don't feel a need for that personally. I think the cards that we have on the chairs when we are making these suffices, but I wouldn't object if that's what everybody else wants.
Can I ask you a question? So when you were board president, we talked about a little bit, you did usually, when we moved like 2 information items, saying these are items that, that you usually gave a quick snippet before we went into them, or this is a discussion, or maybe a clarifying question.
Right.
So there are
So
certain
not-
things that you was running through.
Yeah, but not a complete explanation of any kind. It was just that, just like a few words, right?
Yeah, it was just reminding them, that this information on this really is, the questions only is information, but if any board members feel that we need to talk more about it, you say so, we'll bring it back as a discussion. you know, it depends also, depending on how many of the
Yeah,
things it was that were looked at.
yeah, and to Sylvia's point, you weren't for the benefit of the public, and for the benefit of the workers.
So as clarification, are you, I know you used the consent items as an example. So you're thinking when we get discussion items, the board president would say, we're not up for a vote here, this is just for this. So basically,
Yeah, not
that,
specifically consent, but each of
Each
the,
one of the
explaining how the
items.
discussion is different from the information, is different from the discussion action. Just, and to Phyllis's point, just a quick thing would be good as just standard practice, because I know you did it off and on, right? It wasn't like a regular
Exactly.
protocol. So it might be the idea of having it as a regular practice.
I'm okay with it. I think it makes the meeting more user-friendly. I understand Phyllis's point because we all know this, so it's an extra sentence we could, out of a 3-hour meeting. So I think just in terms of helping with the community engagement, I'm good with it, but I'm not really, I don't have to have it either. I think probably where you are, so.
One option could be even in the agenda itself, if you are writing that, then you are able to read it. Like consent, then you can put in the balance is what it is, or something like that. So that it's available to offer for everybody, so who is reading the.
So in reading rather than, in the header section for each item versus.
Yeah, that is better than you telling every time, otherwise it will be an additional overhead for the president.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to either having it in writing versus having just a one sentence kind of header that, can just be built into the prompts.
Yeah, it would, in district where they have a real formal kind of a boardroom, they may well put things like that. It's just like a little chart that says consent item, what each is, it's just a quick sentence, it's always there. You can reference it anytime you want. That would be a simple thing to do. Again, we'll go to these sorts of things, it's harder, but certainly back at the district office, we can just have it there, and then it's a reminder to everybody.
Just a big
Yeah, sure, they got one poster and stuff there. To do that, and then maybe the board president's discretion to know, I should probably explain what consent what the items are, or what the case is, anything, different about it. I would say that that's generally a board president's prerogative to figure out if that's a good way to help the flow of the meeting or not. And I do think that boards tend to slip into some less likely habits from time to time, and then it's good to remind them of, oh, this is only if it's an information item, then we're not going to discuss it, or things like that, but you don't have to always do it. That's what
I'm kind of thinking discretionary on the part of the principal president, because, for example, now, the people that we have in our audience all know all that stuff. So you kind of take the pulse, and if there are new people that don't know how we operate, so maybe discretionary. Are you comfortable with that, Sylvia, or do you think it should be consistently every meeting?
I guess it would be more discretionary to not. So that the default is you do it, but then you have discretion in a situation like this to not, rather than the other way around.
I'm fine with that.
Maybe is it appropriate to ask Sylvia to work with staff to maybe draft a bullet point?
I think you could address something in the staff, do that. All right.
Okay. Anybody else have any others they want
I
to
just have a question, I guess, for Craig. In the former board life, one of the issues that we had was sometimes things came up at board meetings that the superintendent or the staff didn't know about, and it was a surprise at a board meeting. I'm wondering if you're feeling that, or if we're doing okay with you or other staff members prior to board meetings with questions or concerns. I don't think the staff, my position is I don't think the staff should ever be surprised. So are you? Do you get spot?
I think it's actually been pretty good. I think the agreement has been that the reason we post on a Friday, which is a few days earlier than we have to, is so that we would get something by noon on Tuesday. That was the usual agreement, because then EC has a chance to actually do something with what he requested. And so I would say we're not 100% adhering to that, but pretty darn close. And I feel people are good about sending me things. There may have been once or twice where somebody has mentioned something at a board meeting that I hadn't heard, but I haven't felt overly surprised or put on the spot. So I'm not overly about it. But I appreciate you asking, because that is something I know for staff would be really difficult when something is brought up and that, well, maybe you could tell me about that beforehand. And I do think we owe it to all of DC to give them a chance to respond to something. So I do appreciate people over here for that. That is in here, is it not? That is, but it should be, because I'm for sure if anyone that was a problem with that.
I didn't find it specifically stated, I guess, maybe I didn't read carefully enough.
Yeah.
And if it isn't necessary, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, maybe it's just not right now, because this document is meant to be up to date to the particular board that's in play, so it's working well. There's a lot of things that aren't in here, and that's what, yeah, right. Thank you for asking that. What I'm hearing, we don't have to change anything.
Now, I'll just mention, I'm pretty happy with what we have here. I really enjoy working with everybody. This is actually one of the more relaxed meetings that get to go through my life. So certainly open to additions here, and I'm pretty happy what's here. Craig did bring up, there was a reference to bylaw 9200, so I don't know if that's a typo, if it should point to something else, but that shouldn't be there. That was really the only minor thing I had. Otherwise, I'm happy with this contract.
Yeah, Renee and I talked about that, we're going to remove that reference, that we do have to look and see whether it's being any different one. I didn't find one, I don't know if I don't see one that replaces, so I'm not sure how.
Yeah, so I did doing decimal. I kind of look before, look after. Is there something that fits? But it's, I like it the way it is. So.
My only comment was just going to be to the board member visits to schools. I'm really happy with where we're moving with that and feeling like, having the 5 sites, but then also having the ability to cross into the unassigned schools and having Renee aggregate all of that into sort of that master availability list for us has worked well for me. I just wanted to check in with everybody if that's working for you guys as well. All right, anything else?
If I could just refer to that point, Stacey, in particular, have you heard anything from staff that we would need to know about how it is working with our, not to put you on the spot, if you didn't talk about that, but
Maybe that's surprising.
maybe that's Stacey, but from time to time, DC members do hear things from principals, or I have not personally heard anything. I don't know if there's something we need to raise here. Okay.
Anybody else on anything on this document?
Great.
All right, we are good. So rolling, what's next up for
This requirements, which is part of this as well. So this is our chance to review these. Now, we actually have 2 different documents for you to look at because Lori brought this up, that we had actually agreed to make one change. The one that you have in front of you, and that's posted, the one in front of you has the purpley color, or something, I can't remember. That shows some changes at the top. I do want to point out where it says district priority number 2. Can you scroll down a little bit? Check that here. So number 2, where it says maximize financial and human. So this is the new one revised. Is that correct?
no?
Oh, no, it's not. Right, so, but if you now scroll down to number 2 below the district priority on the chart, you'll see it says ensure quality educational experiences for our students by maximizing financial and human resources to ensure CUSD is the place to learn, work, and raise a family. So we had agreed at the last meeting actually to move that new wording from the chart up to the top, which I know else we put it together today. And so this new one shows that change here. So it isn't actually different from what we had already talked about, but we just had never made that final move of moving it back up there. The other context where we left off last was the board we agreed pretty much, generally speaking, to this. We were going to bring it back, but we kind of deputized Lori and Sylvia to come in and talk with Allison and Leslie and work on the measures a bit. And I would say, I just speak for staff, I think the feeling was we went to somewhere where it could imply a much larger change or adding more survey information, et cetera. So at some point with these guys said, let's hold off. And when they reported it back to me, I said, I want to talk about this at the advance and see what we really are. Because my real hope right now, before we dive into this, is to take a step back and talk a little bit about the realisticness, if you will, of what we said we're going to do up against what I would say is an evolving reality of our budget being even that much worse than we expected, the declining enrollment, the fact that we're looking at the enrollment committee and looking at balancing enrollment tied to the budget, etc. We never imagined doing all the community gatherings that we've been doing on this topic, right? So we've already added all sorts to the plate, and that there really are just a few things that have emerged as being at the end of the day this school year, and for the end of this goes to next year we need to do. I just felt like we have to kind of reset a little bit and make sure that we're not adding a whole bunch more measurements and all sorts of things to staff when everybody is just going really just 10,000 miles a minute to figure out how to do the most critical thing, which is budget, enrollment stuff, facility master plan in particular. And so I just wanted us to rethink that and just say that the idea of this document was never to create additional work for people. It was to try to capture a few core things that at the end of the day this year when we say, hey, how did we do this year? We're moving forward to something and not that overcomplicated. So that's the context I wanted to gave you to say, where are we with this at this time, having already talked quite a bit about it, and I think having a general sense of it, and what would you like to see us do next with this document? Yeah, I don't have a protocol for how we go through it, I'm just going to throw that to you, if that's all right.
I could just, that'd be all right. So I agree with pretty much what you're saying, Craig. I think since we started this exercise, and I agree these are the priorities, enrollment, budget, facilities, master plan. And so I was looking at the right column of this chart as sort of, because those are the measures in terms of the deliverables out of this. So I'm not sure, I think what I'm hearing, Craig, is you're suggesting we keep that column light because we don't want that extra work. I agree with that. But then are you thinking then we would capture some of these items we are working on in terms of facilities and budget and enrollment in here somewhere? Because they do map to the strategic plan and the district priorities. It does seem funny to me when I feel like most of my time is spent thinking about that. Of course, this is, staff work, so I probably shouldn't be worried about balancing schedules in middle school. So is that what you're suggesting, that we capture some of this other work we're doing on here? Is that?
Right, yeah, so my general sense, without having put energy on it yet, I want to talk about it, is that those three priorities that I'm talking about easily fit in the context of our three big picture things. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So with that in mind, yes, I would go back and tweak it a bit to say, at the end of the day, how do we measure how we're doing on the three things that I just said? That's what we're really doing. And remember that we have a whole set of LCAP-based measures that we will be looking at, that we are looking at. You're going to hear from Allison today about a bunch of the dashboard, etc. So there's a lot that we can do. It's not like we don't measure all sorts of things. And it is feeling a little bit like we're trying to create new layers of. And I do know that as a board and as a staff, we feel committed to at least doing some kind of surveying of our community. And we have been working on that, so I know that's important. But instead of having 3, 4, 5, 6 different surveys, I feel like we should just let's go at something concrete, coherent, not overwork it, and then let's, maybe you could just give us the task as a staff to go back with this in mind and bring back something that we feel would be important, useful, and really doable. You know, like keep us on target and not send us off in multiple directions. So that's.
So I just have a comment about that. I think when you do, I agree, on surveys, claim surveys. But I think when you do a survey, you have to be careful because whatever you get as results on that survey, you have to do something about it. The survey doesn't be sent, you know, the community will say, well, why did you bother? This came up as a priority, you're not doing anything. So I think the survey needs to focus on the things that we feel are really important, like facilities, budget, and enrollment.
Right. Right. So actionable, truly
Absolutely, yeah.
survey that is still tied really specifically to.
That can be managed. I know the staff is really super busy with a lot of things on their plate, so I don't think we want to ask a bunch of questions. It gives them a lot more work.
Is that shared by any others?
I absolutely would echo that. Yeah, I think we're hitting it on the aim for, district priority one, with the statement around engaging the community, developing master plan for balancing enrollment, maximizing operations, facility resources across the district. I don't want to lose sight of, to your point, the beginnings of the work around sort of the idea of the middle school equity piece and master setting. I think there are concerns there. But I also am finding, and I wonder, given some of what you're saying, if really what we're looking at is sort of combining what Jerry's saying maybe about adding in some pieces that focus on the bulk of the work, but also then maybe extending on this timeline. So maybe just adding another year to capture. These are still focuses and very much part of the work at hand of the district. It's just that we've got a lot of things going on and maybe our timeline is adjusting a little bit as we go because we are shifting to where our priorities are and real needs are.
And we've already de facto said we're not meeting the goal we set for the master schedule changes by the end of, or for next year, because that's what clearly the principal said we need to take this off the plate. And it's just, we're not quite ready to do that. We said that's why we need everything else that we have. But I think I kind of signaled that we should do separately. But I think that is, again, I think we have a little bit of leeway to go back and try to craft something that they would work for everybody. We would bring that back to the next meeting and say, how does this look to you? And it would change it. Some of it we would change by just saying, we're going to push it up to the end of next school year rather than have it done this year, things like that, and just really think that we'll bring that back for your comment. Does that make sense? And so are there specific things like, an actual survey will make sure that we do include in there, and obviously the core areas that I mentioned, I think yes, we're agreeing with that. If there's anything else that you think you want us to make sure gets in there from your perspective, especially by next fall, that you want to have done it in place so that we can focus on that. We all. Is there anything else?
Everybody's open to that idea. Great staff bringing back an updated version for us.
And in between, you have any other ideas that you all just send to me, obviously, as always, then we'll make sure to incorporate those.
So you're talking about an updated version of this stuff?
Correct.
That was the time for our previous item. Sorry to keep us on. That was my time check. And we were doing so well, we were well ahead of it. I had a question around whatever you call it. It is in the column. It is aims. the support of the development for the coalition and parent leaders. And given everything you just outlined, and if we are going to bring back another version, do we still feel like that's up here in a key priority? Do we feel like that's, the timeline has changed at all on that? Do we feel like, I feel like they're kind of often doing that work, and the feedback that I get is things are moving along, and I think they're very willing to come a time when that work is ready to kind of wrap back with us for support and next steps, but I don't know if that's on a pace for fall 2020 or not, and I don't know if we need to ask them to come present or check.
I'm not sure which one you're referencing, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, the coalition support, the aim for District Area 2, that support the development of a new coalition of parent leaders. And then it's got a,
Yeah, I guess what I would say, my sense is I would want us to keep that in front of us because it's so tied to the budget question. That is a very high priority for us. And I think the only rub we have there is how you would measure. And my recollection was, because my view was that we get to a place where there's an MOU in place among all these district groups to somehow unite in some way, that would be a good measure. Your concern was, it's going to be on the spot for something that I may not be able to control, right? And that was the conversation we had at that time. But without getting into the details of it right now, I feel that it's really important for this district to commit to whatever it takes to create this new CUSD 25 coalition of parents who will become leaders for the district at large as opposed to just technical sets. And we're getting good momentum with it, and I do not want to lose any steam on that.
oh, no, I didn't.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that in reaction on this, give you an update on where we are and why I would want to make sure that we have something there.
Okay, so there's still an active role for staff here in terms of the district's role in it as opposed to the coalition's role in getting themselves up and going. As a this fall 2020 target is still a good one to work for, I guess is what you're saying? Okay. Great.
Yeah, about not making it overly burdensome, I'm going to add something. I think I would, in under priority 1, where we talk about equitable resources, or somewhere we talk about financial resources, I guess it's priority 2. I want to make sure we're continuing with our Kudu and other entrepreneurial ventures that we're doing that are going to turn us money down the road. I don't know if we want that in here, but I don't know. I'd like to see that in every school in our district sometime, maybe I don't know, 5 years from now or whatever it might be. I don't know that long here.
So yeah, why doesn't the staff take that? I think it will, again, because that is really neatly under a heading just around budget. And what we talked about a lot today, and you all say over and over again, we only have 2 levers. One is to reduce our spending, which would be doing as the only way we balance the budget, we keep cutting, or we increase, or some combination of both. And at this point, we are way overdoing the cutting side and being frugal in what we do and having to basically go over it anymore. At this point, we're just getting by. And so it would have to be in there, what are the strategies for increased revenue. And the enterprise, maybe in a different form, to be honest with you, we are starting to talk about some shifts in how we go about who we go, which we'll bring back to you to talk about. But I think that would have to remain there, but it's still a priority for sure. So to your earlier caveat, I don't see it actually adding more. That is another commitment from all of us that we have to continue with.
And I think it speaks to the community that we are really trying to raise money in as many ways as we possibly can, especially when we're going to the community again.
Right. And you will hear me say this reducing next year's budget by between $3 to $4 million, regardless of the parcel tax return, because we will need that no matter what. And so it will be painful, and we will feel it, and we just need people to know that that's our commitment, even if it's every single year, probably 5 years running, basically just non-stop. And I will say here that it is problematic in my mind that we have a community that keeps putting out false information that somehow we continue to invest in more people, we have more staff and things like that, which is just a complete lie, and there's no truth to it whatsoever. And I'm going to get that one head on throughout our conversations today, and I'm hoping that we'll take time to correct our community that keeps putting out false information, because it does not have anybody to be putting out that kind of misinformation. All right.
Okay, so the new text that was added in purple, I guess, I just, maybe this is a word where it says maximizing, or ensure the quality of education is beneficial by maximizing financial and human resources.
Which will change.
What is that?
Oh, that one down there in the.
So I guess my question is around maximizing financial and human resources. We think so. There are two interpretations. One is we want to get as much as we can, which is the financial part. Are we trying to maximize the use of the resources or maximize resources? The reason I ask this is in priority one, we actually use the phrase maximize the use of resources.
Right.
Here we talk about maximizing resources, which could be interpreted to mean you want to accumulate as much money as you can and accumulate as many human resources as you have, which I think is not the meaning. I think we want to be efficient about the resources we're using. So since we had it in priority one, saying we want to maximize the use, I just want to point that out, maybe just be a little, this is the wordsmithing part of me that I hope you all have gotten used to when I read these things, like 3 words. So I just...
So you're talking about this thing, here, right? So this one is, it says ensure quality education.
Right, by maximizing financial and human resources. Are we maximizing the use of them or maximizing them? There's a subtle difference. Do I want to collect a lot of Legos or just want to do good things with a few Legos that I have? So that's
Yeah, I think.
Okay, got it.
we have to fix.
I know it's a 2-minute thing for 2 words. So I'll just look, no, sorry.
The correction that Laura made for 2,
Uh-huh.
where the language on the front page didn't match the box, I think we're seeing the same thing on number 1. So what reads on the newest one that I gave you, where it says engage with a broad set of stakeholders to provide consistency in programming. If you look at the next page, it's worded differently. So I think we just have to come back, based on what you said, come back and align language on 1, just like we did Laura on number 2.
Yeah, and I think you actually made a comment highlight that the last time we talked about this, which led to the change, and that's our fault, because we never actually made the change that time. I think we know what you're saying there, and we'll work on that.
And then the second one, under the aim for priority one, there's a mention of elementary schools reaching 400 to 800 students. And I think as we've talked about, this is something this board hasn't talked about, and I wonder, should we talk about it first before adding it on to the priorities here? Or because I know this is what the current aim is, as carried over from the previous board. This is the state that the previous board had put on the ground, so Senate ground. So this is technically correct. So I wouldn't have objections to that, other than we as this board haven't really talked about how we feel about this range.
Right, so that is a part of our enrollment conversation tonight. So maybe based on that, if you lead to staff afterwards to think about that does not get incorporated based on what we heard tonight, and or we just remove it and we wait until we have enough conversation to feel comfortable adding.
Sure. That's really the ask. Let's have a conversation.
Do that.
And I'll jump in, I flagged that one as well, but I flagged it for a different reason, which was, I know I had asked, and I think we had talked about also similarly defining sort of a middle school target. I know that we have one in the presentation tonight, and so as we talk about that, if you could treat that and similarly decide on a standard for both as to how we want to call it out. in this document.
Right,
based
and
on-
anything talked about today or going forward, I can totally bring to you, that's about one of the topics, facility master plan budget, enrollment. We will try to get this aligned or take things out that are not already decided, and we just don't get.
Anybody else? And just a time check, we're at 4:12. Okay. Staff, anything else on the phone? You good, Craig?
I think, you see members, anything else we need that you can think of? Good.
So ready to move on to discussion, everybody?
Can I give a little overview about all of these discussion items?
Please do.
So the first one, 7.1, and then 7.7, the last one. 7.1 in particular, I think we're likely to need 30 to 45 minutes just on that one item. It is pretty neat, and hopefully we can have a good discussion. 7.1, I would say, was questionable about whether it was more of an information presentation, because it's kind of the first time we're putting it out. But I think we just err on the side of just in case you want to talk and write in advance, give you that opportunity. But I would say if it's taking too long, maybe we can bring it back for discussion again at the next meeting or something, and try to at least get the information out so that you all have it, and let's see how far we go versus run out of time. I would say if it's taking up to 45 minutes, it's probably better than that, if people are okay with that. And,
Just to clarify, so 45 minutes on all of 7.1 through 7.
no, just 7.1. Now, my hope on 7.2 to 7.6, those are all policy oriented. And Jeff and I said, I don't know, are there, of the 7.2 to 7.6, are there any that we are, that we need to finish quickly, or anything that we want to prioritize? Because there was one we thought we had to prioritize.
7.5 would be good to prioritize.
Okay, so maybe that one will take as long as we need, but the other ones, even if we just take 5 minutes to check in, what do you think, any thoughts, but if they're going to take longer, we bring it back, because we're just not going to have enough time to complete by 5:30 all of them, I don't think, and save enough time to go as far as we possibly can, so that we can bring that back for action, hopefully next time around.
Okay.
And then final transportation is something that will probably be 15 minutes, maybe 10, somewhere there.
So diving into 7.1, and I will set a time check for us, shall we say 40 minutes? for time check? Okay. So I believe 7.1.
Here, you can look at the
Well, Allison's setting up all this anchor in advance, and you'll see she put a lot of time in editing her team and putting all this together, and so I appreciate all she did.
Thank you. And I want to say a special thank you to Lily on my team. She was here a while back getting one of our awards for Employee of the Month, and I was thinking so much about that as she was helping me put together all this information. So I know she's watching us, so Lily, thank you again. Okay, so it is becoming LCAP season again, and this is the beginning of the next phase of LCAP, where we're starting to think about how it's going this year and where we're headed next year. And so we're bringing this to you, as Craig mentioned, as a discussion because it's part of LCAP, but you're welcome to stay in the information presentation realm, knowing that really between now and the end of the school year, I'll be coming back over and over again with updates at LCAP and checking in with you about your guidance on where we should be heading next in terms of priorities. So we're bringing this to you now because the dashboard was posted in December, and that's the state's accountability system, and so the timing is right for us to bring this to you. We'll talk about overall performance, we'll dig in a little bit into the two areas, we'll talk about English learners, some celebrations and areas for focus, our takeaways, and next next steps, and then Marie and Lynn will come up and share some examples of how we're taking some of those next steps. So my hope is to kind of go quickly through the information. I know I attached a lot of supporting documents as well, and we can hopefully get any questions answered and then dig into the examples that Marie and Lynn will share. Okay, so overall, I think when I look at this overall presentation and the overall results, it's really just a great reminder of this very strong legacy that the district has had over time, this tradition of excellence and high achievement. We're really seeing that evidence in the overall results. And also we see that some of our kids need more support. So that's really the theme going through all of the slides. When we look at ELA and math overall, we see that we have lots of kids in the blue and green, very high achievement. Most of our kids are meeting or exceeding standards in both areas. And that information that we get from CASP also shows up on California dashboard, which is broader than just CASP. We see CASP in the ELA and math sections, as well as in the English learner progress piece, which is great out in this year because we just have the first year of data. Next year that will be a live part of the dashboard. We do have that first year of data embedded in the presentation, but it'll become part of the dashboard in the second year because the dashboard uses a growth year measure. So the dashboard little dial there is showing us where we fall, and we want to be in blue or green. High or very high, but that's really the aim. And making progress for each group towards that goal. So overall, in those areas that are indicated on the dashboard, we see very strong performance in our district. And we also see the local indicators that were brought to you in the fall showing up there in where it says standard met in those different areas. You might remember that it's either standard met or not met. So standard met is great. It's the highest you can get there. It just means that we went through our processes, met the timeline, uploaded it to the dashboard as we discussed in the local indicators. This slide shows our demographic data, and I think really there are a few takeaways from this. One is that overall, even though our population, the total population is changing, the distribution has been remaining relatively the same, which is notable. The other thing that I think is important is that we have some student groups where the percentage is very small, but this allows us to see that even in those very small percentage groups, we have lots of students. It reminds us to look at each student and know that there are individual people behind those numbers. So that's important too. The one thing we did talk about last year that shows up here again is in 16-17, the economically disadvantaged number. We think that was maybe not the full representation that year. We think the data pull happened at a different time that year that impacted the number. We think that it might have been in the moment when the district was refreshing some of those student counts, and it might have gotten a little off in that year. So we don't really think that there was a big change. We think it was just related to timing. Okay, so then in English language arts, that section of the CAST is broken down into claim areas, and that helps us take a look at how the kids are doing in each of those sub-areas. So in reading or writing, again, very, very strong performance. We see that over 90% of the kids are in the green or the blue. And in background information, I shared how it's a little confusing on the overall CAST. There are 4 levels, and this there are 3 levels. And that's because there are fewer questions within a claim area, so they collapse those 4 into 3 levels. A little bit confusing, but hopefully that piece in the center there helps you see the most important piece. And again, following that theme that most of our kids are doing very, very well, and some kids need more support. Same thing in the other 2 claim areas, listening and research inquiry.
overall very high performance and some kids not meeting the standard. On the California dashboard, we're able to see how our student groups are performing, and this is looking at a measure of their overall performance on the standards, but then also how we're doing with improving the performance of that group year to year. So in order to be over there in the blue and green, we really need to see high performance and either maintaining or increasing. So when we're seeing lower performance or declining or maintaining lower performance, we're in those other colors. And this is something that has been showing up in our LCAP. That's why we target those student groups when we look at measures too, to take a look at how the kids are doing. When you don't have enough students in a group, you don't get a performance color. When there's not enough under 30, you don't get any color. Within our district data system, we also have the ability to monitor gainers, stickers, and sliders. So we watch how the kids are moving, who's moving up a level, who's getting stuck at a level, who's moving down, and principals are able to use the new Google dashboard to click on it and see who those kids are. And really that's been the bulk of our work in looking at these results, starting in August and all the way through, taking a look at each individual child and seeing how it's going and what they need next. This slide is showing us that we overall in English language arts have very high performance in comparison to the county and the state. And it's also showing us that really overall we're seeing kind of this flatness with the results. You know, we've had the Common Core standards in place for some time now, and everybody kind of knows what the assessment's all about, and they're seeing this leveling off. And really, again, a reminder that in order to see it bump up, it's really about looking at each individual child and what they need. It's no longer about the transition to the new standards as a whole group. In math, also seeing overall very, very strong results, a little bit higher in math than ELA, and again, the same pattern. Lots of kids doing really well and some kids needing more support. This is the third claim area, communicating reasoning, again, following that same pattern. On the California dashboard, we also see that we have student groups that we need to focus on. And we have a student group in orange, our Hispanic students in mathematics, so we need to take a close look at that, as well as the other groups that are not in green or blue, and that will be part of our LCAP. Again, gainer stickers, sliders is a really important tool within our local dashboard for principals to see how is it going with individual students. And similar pattern to ELA, very high performance, but still pretty flat overall. It is really tough to see those gains when we get into those really high achievement levels. And sometimes we don't see the gain right away on this measure. It's really in the local measures that we see the kids making the incremental progress, and sometimes it takes a little bit to show on these kinds of measures. So this is the first year that we have information on the dashboard. It's not built into that overall piece, but within ELA we can learn how our English learners are doing. And below the tree there, this is a little visual that helps us understand how they're measuring the accountability piece on this. The kids take a test called the LPAC, and that LPAC has 4 levels of English language proficiency. It used to be CELT, now it's LPAC, different test. And below the line there where we see the 1 and the 2L, 2H, that's showing us that the state is marking those moments on the LPAC with different levels and using that as a gauge to see how the kids are growing. So as they're taking steps on the LPAC, like a low level 2 or a high level 2, those are used to see how the kids are moving along towards that goal of 4, which would make them eligible for potential reclassification. So So another new feature of the dashboard is that we can toggle between all students in our district and the state results. And it's very exciting to see that overall our kids are making very strong progress. They're moving through those levels of LPAC year to year, making gains in English proficiency. And so our performance level is rated as very high because the kids are moving through, which is exciting. This, you hear this anecdote from teachers as well. So on this side here we have our students and then the state showing kind of what the level is across the state. So definitely that's exciting to see. Also, I should mention in the attachments I put information about the reclassification rate and the overall achievement of kids. One of the most exciting things that we really like to share, especially when we have things like PAC and DLAC, is that our English learners, over time as they become reclassified, most of the kids become very high achievers. And they perform at or often above the level of their English-only peers, with all that brain development that's happening, mastering English. So that's very exciting. We do have kids in our group of English learners who might need more support as we're taking a closer look at what's happening with them. And just as I was sharing that really the story here is that most kids are doing well and we need to take a closer look at what kinds of supports we need to offer some of our students. When we look at our English learners, it's important to remember that they're not one group. They're individual stories. They're one group on the dashboard, but not when we think about who the kids are. So knowing their personal stories and their interests and where they are on their journey towards English proficiency is a really critical piece. A lot of the kids fall into multiple groups. So there may be an English learner and a student with a disability, or an English learner who is also economically disadvantaged. And just knowing what those factors are and knowing each child's story and not thinking about them as a group at the state level is really important. So I know our principals are really working hard on that and taking a close look at how the kids are doing. And we're also trying to improve our monitoring process for students who are reclassified. So when we see indicators that the kids are achieving at the same level as their English-only peers, they're eligible for reclassification. Teachers can make that recommendation. But then you need to keep a close eye on them to be sure that that maintains over time, that they're not needing more support. And in December, the state adjusted the timeline on that to ask that all schools do that process for 4 years. So that's a shift from a 2-year to 4-year monitoring plan. So it's a good time for us to take a look at that because we see that some of our kids who are reclassified are not meeting standards on pass, and most of the kids in that group were reclassified 2 or more years ago. It's not the newly reclassified kids. So it means we have to look at multiple measures. It might be just that they are having a hard time on pass and it's kind of a one-off thing, but just looking at cross measures and making sure that our teachers and principals have a chance to know who is in that group and keep a close eye on what they might need along the way is an important part. So this is kind of an overwhelming slide, so we need a little visual, saying the same thing in a different way. Just that idea that kids often fall into multiple groups. So lots of celebrations. I won't go through all of these, but just really just at a high level, exceptional performance, continuing the tradition of excellence. And our kids are leading our system. Most of our kids just really well prepared for high school with solid skills. And that's just wonderful. Again, the English learner piece is definitely something to celebrate. Lots of strong progress there. And we did see some bump up in some of our schools from last year, both the LA and Math, which is also very exciting. And this is showing that. This is part of the school CISA plan, so we know they're monitoring that part closely. And when we think about areas for continued focus, these are things that we're already working on. So that feels great for me. First one is reading. Again, most of our kids just doing very, very well. But we do have some kids who are struggling in this area even as they leave our system. And so our focus has been on building our multi-tiered system of supports and really knowing what do we do, what is in our toolbox when kids need more support. So we're adding in some new tools, and Lynn will share an example of something that we're working on in this area. In math, also very, very strong overall, but we do have some students who are leaving our system without those basic skills in place. And we know math is really something that builds year to year, and so we're thinking about what we need to do in terms of our MTSS system to know what they need and then make sure they get it. So Marie will be talking about that in a little bit. In writing, we see a lot of strength, and this one is a wondering, just noticing that some of the kids appear to need more support, and there's a little bit of a drop in kids in the above standard range. We don't know yet if we should be worried about that, but it's raising questions for us, and we had already started a dialogue around how we set up the writing assessment, and it is the way that we're doing that process, supportive of teachers, looking at what their kids are able to do and where their next instructional steps are. So we're thinking about how does that assessment process support the longer-term goals. This slide is really summarizing the things that we saw in the student group section, that some kids need more support, and we need to be able to clearly know what's in our toolbox to address those needs. So we're continuing to stay the course with our focus areas. We know that we need to continue building our MTSS, our system of supports here, and having routines for looking at how the kids are doing, making sure that our staff has time to really collaborate and reflect together on how the kids are doing, using data, and working together on planning what those next steps should be, and then also building our toolbox as a district. When we think about what happens beyond the core, what are those next steps, and making that a concrete set of tools so that our sites can move forward on providing kids support. Our sites are doing lots and lots of good work around this, and really it's now about bringing it together into a district system so that any student anywhere who needs support, we make sure that we get it from them. And really, this is grounded in things that we already said we value in the strategic plan, making sure that it's not a one-size-fits-all, that we really are being flexible and personalizing the needs of each learner and using our data to target individual needs. So I wanted to give an opportunity to share some concrete examples of how we're tackling that. So I'm going to invite Lynn up to talk about primary reading.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, good afternoon.
So last year we identified sites to invite them to join our collaborative improvement network focused on primary reading intervention. And so we started a dialogue with them about really trying to bolster those tier 2 interventions. So this year what we started around November, December was level literacy intervention. And so it's a research-based program that's really focused on literacy prevention. And so it's small group, supplemental, so it's not in place of, it's in addition to your tier 1 instruction. And it really is focused on bringing students to grade level proficiency and at an accelerated pace. So the way that it works is that at a minimum of 4 days a week, an adult works with 3 to 4 students, and they're all at a similar level. And every time there's a
structure, reading, writing, and phonics. The kids come in and they know exactly what to do, they're reading books at their level. They also spend some time in a book that's slightly below their level, so it boosts their confidence. And they're being training and instructional assistants to support this work in addition to our coaches. Two of the sites are also using catered phonics, which is another intervention piece. And so they're opening their session with a short catered phonics exercise and then rolling into level literacy instruction. And that seems to be working as well. So we're trying various things to sort of identify what would make sense to go more to scale. Our instructional assistants are being trained by our coaches. So we have a 1.5 FTE. So one of the coaches is working closely with instructional assistants at those sites, training them through a gradual release model, and she's also working with groups herself. So there are times during the week where she's side by side and we're each working with a small group. We have an additional coach who, in parallel to that, are working with the first grade teachers of those students. So, I mentioned that they should be getting tier 1 instruction in addition to that tier 2 intervention. So to bolster that tier 1 instruction, the coach is working on a new phonics program with them. In addition to really looking at reading assessments, and Allison mentioned us looking more closely at writing, we're also looking more closely at our district reading assessments to make sure that they're being administered in a way that is consistent, but also that they can dive into the analysis of it and to drive instruction. So the coach is supporting that work as well. The assessment process, so luckily it completely aligns with what we already do in assessment. So a running record, which really analyzes students' reading behaviors and identifies a reading level, is what we're currently using, which matches what LLI does. And so we've set sort of these benchmarks through LLI that 5 weeks, 10 weeks, and 16 weeks we're administering assessments. And at the same time, we're taking the teacher assessments of a learning record and plotting that growth. So just in a small sample in the short amount of time that we're in, we have a few sites that are at that 5-week mark. And all of those students have made at least one reading level of growth, and in some cases 2 to 3 reading levels, which is huge at that age. We're really trying to accelerate them up to proficiency, and the intent is then to eliminate the tier 2. So level literacy instruction is not intended to be years long. It really is like a 16-week cycle, hopefully getting them closing that gap and then getting them back into just for regular tier 1. So our next steps are to continue to support the sites, to really monitor progress, so that we can collect that data and then sharing that with our other sites to see if we want to grow that practice over time. It is part of that whole improvement cycle work that we're doing to determine, is this something that makes a difference for kids, and should we spread that further across the district?
Questions at the end, or as we go?
We're almost at the end, though. But I'd say if it's on something specific that I'm sure maybe.
So I'd love to know, is this overlapping with ELs, or most of the kids that are coming for targeted instruction?
So there are some EL students that are being identified by their initial learning record score with their teachers and their early assessment tool scores. So there are some EL students. So it is sort of that whole idea of that tier 1 instruction happening, reading and phonics in their first grade classroom, and tier 2 could be this little level literacy instruction, but we should also be getting ELD support.
So are we waiting until we reach a certain EL level before we're saying now's the time to intervene?
That's a great question. So it is sort of dependent on the school site and the population that they have, right? So it could be, what's happening is that sites, the principals and teachers are having to prioritize. So what 4 kids in this group make the most sense now to boost up, and then once those kids are done with their round, then you bring in another 4 kids. So you really are trying to group like students and boosting them at a time. Yeah.
I had a question about just a basic one about how many sites have we piloted this with, and then next year, what's the scaling that we're looking at?
So right now we're in 6 sites, it's probably too soon to say, if and when we'll go to scale, but I do think that, after we get through a few more cycles and have more data to support it, then we'll start having conversations. But anecdotally, there are 2 sites that are already talking to me about could we just try it this year, which I think is great.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
Um,
I have one more question, sorry, for Lynn. So with the coaches that are training the IAs, are the IAs, my understanding is that generally the district isn't supporting IAs. It's usually, if there's IAs on the site for general ed, it's supported by parents. That
which
which
is
is,
school budget or parents.
yeah, so just, can you explain that a little bit to me in terms of are the IAs, how does that work in terms of what they're being asked to do and who's supporting that?
So that's a great question. So for research, with those 6 sites that we started with through this collaborative, it became apparent that they all had instructional assistants at their site supporting intervention. And the way that we could bolster what was already in place was to have it be a very systematic research-based program versus some of the various things that might have been happening. And the IAs have been wonderful. They've actually been very receptive to the program and the training because it gives them something solid to ground work in. And so we really are trying to maximize some of the resources that we're already at the sites. We started with this group being in this reading collaborative, and so we've been on this journey together, just looking at data and asking them, what do you think your site is ready for as the next step? And so it was something that came from the group, this idea of Virginia resources. I mean, over time, bringing it to scale, we know we need to be able to answer that question of how it could be possible at each site, right? So that's something that we're definitely thinking about, and as we look at our LCAP budget planning next year, just thinking about where we're putting resources, how to get closer to that goal. But we're in a steady state right now. Also, I should mention that I included in the weekend update about the Sunday system, the intervention tool, which is a more structured approach to this. So when we think about our tiers of intervention, we're trying to fill in tier 1 we know is reading workshop units of study, and then comes LLI, and then potentially comes listening Sunday piece, and we have some other tools that are part of our special education program that would be at our top tier, but having options and making sure that the method shifts as you're going up the tiers is the goal. Making sure it's more intense and more explicit. Okay, Marie is going to talk about that.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, trustees. So, based on all that wonderful work that's been done in reading and writing, we are digging in now to math. One of the concerns that we have noticed with math is that we don't really know across the board how our kids are doing until 3rd grade when they take the CUSD test. So that is 5 or 6 years in for kids. So for us to be able to start to think about benchmarking is a wonderful thing. And to be able to address the students who maybe have, in our subgroup population, been falling between cracks is so exciting to be able to identify them and start thinking about what we can do. So what we're looking at is having a benchmark assessment, and we're going to be piloting it starting very soon. And with the benchmark, what we're shooting for is in the fall, there will be an assessment to see how the kids are doing and really start to plan and goal set with kids. And then around this time, in the winter, do we need to adjust? What small groups have to be pulled based on the data that we are finding out? How can we push kids and support them on their learning edge? So all of this information can come out of benchmarking. And then finally, at the end of the year, we can see if we achieve the goals that we set and plan for the following year. And throughout, we can really have rich conversations with the instructors, using data to really drive instruction. We also want to make sure that parents are a part of this. There's wonderful reports that we can generate so that they are our partners along the way. So those are kind of the pieces that we're thinking about, and I want to share with you then the diagnostic tool that we're looking at. So it's iReady, and there's three main components that are part of this program. The first is that diagnostic. So it tells us where kids fall, not just at grade level, but where they fall in their actual skill level. So we can start to see if there's gaps and notice where they start and what we need to do. We can group kids based on this diagnostic, and then the program actually offers teacher instruction for small group. So it will really pinpoint what the students need based on their where they fall on the assessment. And then there are ways to progress monitor smaller groups of kids to really sort of like what Lynn was talking about, in smaller bits, be able to see if what we're doing is really making the impact that we want to see. Then for the kids that are really need more of an intervention, there's also online curriculum that is highly specialized to meet the needs of the students with oversight by the teacher. So this is a computer adaptive test. So it adapts until it finds right where the student is. And that's different than what the teachers are using right now. Usually they are giving a standards-based assessment in the classroom that's based on the skills that they've taught, but it might not be addressing a gap that has formed. So we want to find those gaps and be able to fill them. So it's super exciting to be able to try this out. We are going to be trained on February 5th, and I have teachers from, it looks like it's 5 elementary schools, and then hopefully all of the middle schools will have some variety of teachers. And we'll be looking at all these different parts to really help us to assess if this is a tool that will work for us. I hope it is.
Okay. When I think of fall, winter, spring, and benchmarking assessment tools, math is what comes to mind. Is this nationally normed the way math is?
It is nationally normed and it's criterion referenced, so it's a twofer, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because we can really identify where they're falling within grade level, and it is normed across the country.
So we can map growth.
Yes, absolutely.
Originally you were saying first grade through, the third is sort of the first point, and the early grades is where we have a real gap in anything right now. So is this pilot you're doing, you mentioned middle school teachers too, are we looking at it in the upper grades as well?
Yes, exactly. So, I can't remember the lowest grade level. The teachers are filling in my assignment, the principals have been filling in my assignment sheet, so I don't know how low we're going with the pilot. And they're just asking if there's any interested teachers. So it's just a couple of teachers, maybe it's a few teachers from sites that are interested. I'm not highly know the entire site at this point in time. But it is something that can go, the diagnostic goes all the way through high school level now. So it goes pretty high.
Is it a grade level basis like this standard keeps changing?
It does look at all of the standards, and so you find out where there are areas of strength in various standards and weakness. And within that standard, we can see where the weakness started. So if they're a fifth grader, but they're only performing at the second grade level in that particular standard, we can identify that and then start to fill that gap.
And then the online instruction that's available to mitigate these gaps, are these generally, I'm wondering, is it reading material or is it videos? Could you talk a bit about what are some of those resources that are available to mitigate the gaps that I identified?
I don't have a complete picture of that. When I've seen it in action, there are videos. It's a little bit higher level than like on. So there's instructional videos, but I don't want somebody to believe that this will be done, in isolation away from a teacher. So the idea is, yes, they can be working at their specific learning edge, but we also want to make sure that the teacher is really monitoring closely and pulling them in for small group instruction, because there's nothing that replaces that.
Just one more thing. So is it for let's say first grade if you're taking on third grade if you're taking the entire third graders or the selected that 7% or 8% who's not performing after the mark?
For the diagnostic, it would be for everyone, to be able to see how they're doing, and then we can start to identify, based on the results, where they fall. If there's kids that need an extra challenge because they're showing at the above grade level, that gives us the information. If kids are, just a little bit below grade level, we can just address that in the classroom with small group instruction. If they're really far below, then we would probably have more of an intervention group that may even be outside of the classroom, but it gives us that information of where to start with the child.
With regard to the way this works, is it primarily more with elementary grades? Because I'm thinking about how it can be applied with maybe math 6 and 6 plus. And we've talked before about like kind of the idea of leveling math within a classroom in the middle school. So it almost sounds to me like a way to do that, but I'm not sure if maybe I'm not understanding it exactly the right way.
Are you talking about specifically the online instruction?
Yeah, the online and being able to kind of move up and down within a singular.
It's not our idea to use it, the online instruction for the general education population. It's more of an intervention that we want to use it for. But there are other tools that we are using that are adaptive and supportive for students, and we're using that in Math 6 and Math 6 plus.
I just want to add that we're just at the beginning of assembling the pilot group, but I can see there's a lot of interest, so maybe we can come back once we form the group and we have a plan, we're doing it, and we can come back and share how it's going, and you can learn more about it, and I'm sure we can also set up, like we did with some of the other options where you can interface with our trainer, we can set up something like that too, so you can really get to know what it's all about. Does that sound okay?
Great. And I'm just going to time check us. We are at 4 minutes. We said we initially set aside for this. So if you have further questions, let's just be mindful of time. Anybody else? Okay. So, everyone, thank you so much, Al. And Marie,
Thank you.
It was wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I could recommend if we could do item 7.5, which is the one policy that Jeff said is a little more time sensitive, and then 7.7, which I think is important for our conversation later as well, just so you have a sense of that. And then after we do those two, we can check in and decide whether we go back to the other policies and try to. Oh, we have two. We have to do this.
If we could at least get feedback on 7.4 too, it's not as like 7.4.
That's right. Why don't we do 7.4, 7.5, and 7.7, which might be all we have time for, but I think it's something we really understood the next board meeting anyway. It would be, I assume, okay to do. So why don't we try to get through those three minimally and see where we are at that time?
Okay, great. So everybody okay with rolling 7.4 and 7.5?
Thank you. All right, 7.4, I think is where we are.
Okay, so 7.4 is board policy policy 1330. So it's use of school facilities. It's a revised policy, so we currently have it. There were such significant changes, though, we gave it to you just in a clean format, as if the other one didn't exist, to be honest with you. And our legal counsel was helping us work through and navigate these policies. Jeff will do most of the talking and answering the questions, but this one is with a goal of increasing our cost recovery and revenue when releasing cases. We did attach the proposed AR that we have input for that. We would certainly take that too. And it just sets forth terms and conditions for use of our facilities. And I'll add one in all of these policies that we're presenting. We did present them all in September. They are prior to the September presentation. The board had an opportunity to look at them, and we sent in input, and the input that we received from the board is reflected here.
Let me just add one thing to what Les was saying. The reason this one has some importance is this is what typically would lead to a changing fee structure. So once we have agreement around the types of uses of our facility, then we would align it up to what is industry rates in the area, all the way down to what is for-profit versus non-profit rates. So they're all tied to the site.
Okay. Anybody want to jump in? Questions, comments? All right. Moving on. Thank you.
Is this when we can bring on consent then?
Yeah, that would be the question. Could we bring it back to the next meeting on consent?
Is it good? Anybody want to say consent for 7-4? All right. So we have to say that on consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the next one is 1330.1. This is a new policy that we're proposing, and it outlines the terms and conditions for when we would enter into a joint use agreement.
Okay. Anybody have questions, comments on this one? Okay, I have a question coming back on consent. Very good. All right, great. Let's see this one back on consent as well.
Do you want us to let the other item come forward, the 7.7, or do we want to?
Well, let me just check it. In terms of the other three policies, right? In general, is it okay if they're going to be as quick as the last one, we can just kind of run through them? Do you think that's the case, or is there one that we can go into discussion?
I have some questions around 7.3 around advertisement in schools.
Okay.
So I'm going to have a few questions.
I have one question on 7.1. 7.1.
All right, so then I would mind, if you don't mind, I recommend we go to the transportation one, and then presuming we have time, we'll come back and do the other ones.
All right, and then on 7.7, transportation.
So tonight's transportation item is a fall of our board presentation that we had on November 14th. And one of the action items that came back from that board meeting was for staff to go back, take the feedback from the meeting, and also come up with some potential direction going forward to bring back to the board to identify where do we want to go with transportation. We're talking about transportation from the standpoint of special ed transportation, which we are required to provide, and we talk about the costs associated with that. And then our general education transportation that we provide at some schools. Some of the conversations we came up with, what is our criteria that we're currently using for transportation, and then what are the fees that we're charging for transportation. So in tonight's slide deck, there's some of the slides last time, and then some new slides. Les and I had a chance to get our team along with transportation, and that's where the feedback of the presentation is going to be tonight. So when students on business service transportation, we really focus on three areas. The current routes that we offered, what matters most, and then finally what are the fiscal implications that we're chasing. I'm not going to focus too much on slides we did last time for sake of it, as we go into our discussion, I have to bring those back up. But we came up with a list of what was most crucial, and we looked at the access to ETA slots for middle schools, and we said that would probably be something we could use for middle school kids, not as much for elementary students. Taking a look at overflow families, and what is the benefit of using transportation that will balance our homes that we're going to be talking about later on tonight. Obviously, there are alternative schools, and not having neighborhoods there, we have more traffic around our neighborhood schools, we have more traffic around our alternative schools versus our neighborhood schools, because you are truly coming from everywhere around the district. Our low-income free and reduced families, which we spoke about last time, and then the access and safety, the walkability around our campuses, which there is variance among all our 25 schools. Going along the same line, we also thought it mattered the distance from schools. So some of the location schools might be very tight and smaller community versus others might cover a larger geographic area that takes into more of our busier roads. The ability to bike or walk around campuses, obviously around Lincoln right now, there's a bike lane that being added that is not happening in all 6 of our cities. The ability or access to cross around major thoroughfares, and then the density of students that we have in any particular area. That's something we've talked about with our enrollment maps, that the decline in enrollment is not even across the district. There's a heavier decline in enrollment around the southern end versus our northern end of the district. And then finally, just some considerations with it. One of them, do we need to consider different prices for elementary versus middle school? That was in reference to that we're probably anywhere between $1,000 to $1,200 of a rate fee reduction whether we need to break even. To have a minimum requirement of ridership, and that ridership would be based around year-long 45 minimum students on that round trip. That's crucial because then the other slots that we have on there, 15, could be one way. That would be a better cost breakdown than what we're seeing right now. We did, I think, looking at the cost to run small buses, they're not feasible for us to run small buses to our versus a large bus, just because of the sheer number of students it takes to offset that cost. The cost would be too much for our families to afford for a small bus. And then the other option that we talked about was utilizing vans, another form of transportation. And so what we did is we reached out to Keenan. They gave some criteria to take a look at the risk assessment of what that would be. If there is potential to provide some of that, we do not have those vans currently, so there would be an upfront cost associated with it. That is the direction we went, but we will be able to do that. So with that, I really bring back to you for questions regarding new information and any other future directions we should bring back to you.
So we have 2 questions and comments.
I just have a question about that last slide, the vans. You mentioned in that same slide that small buses are not feasible to run our vans.
There are more feasible because the cost of running a van is significantly less. About $90,000 to run a bus. Vans we run on gas instead, and we can get about 10 to 15 students depending on the van size that we go with. It actually will be more economical to run than a bus.
But less economical than our big buses, or
That is correct.
so it falls in between?
Yes.
Seems like just like 2,200 per student bus pass, right? So do we know that how would our parents or community react on that? Like, what would be their what they can afford, kind of like, because if you increase the accessibility, how much they will do? Do we have a sense of it, or so one option is like increasing, right? And as you said, like, probably this school, elementary school have different pricing and things like that. So do we know that how that range works, or?
We do not, we have not surveyed out our families yet. We wanted to make sure we had direction first. I do think that it's something where we're going to increase the prices that significantly. We certainly need to reach out to our families and let them know what we're thinking and get their feedback on that.
I would be shocked if the bottom line point is that we have to break even, which has been the statement for many years, to pick up the additional 2,000 plus per child on top of what is there. I just don't. I survey or not survey. Like I don't know if it's worth doing. There's no way to pay it. They just won't do it. And so for me, that's kind of it's a non-starter, if you will. Right? Because it's just so high.
So I'm saying that we don't have an option for increasing it.
No, I'm just saying we have an option for increasing it. We can find out what that is, but that is not. We will never get to a point where the district isn't inputting a certain amount to make up for what we're not able to get. I'm just saying that it's not, what we know today is it's not going to function on a break-even basis, given what we know about this. And I do want to just very clearly signal, and Jeff may have already, but when EC has been looking at how we're going to find $3 to $4 million in our budget, we're looking at every single place. And at this point, that will really be on our list of considerations for you to think about, because at this point, when we're trying to save all that money, and I do want to point out from my perspective, we have so many children who are living in areas where they would benefit from having busing as well. So the real question we need becomes, if we're going to do it, we got to do it for everybody. Because if we're cutting all this budget, but we're only serving a certain small group of people who happen to be able to afford it, right? So I'm just putting out there, at some point, we have to make a decision if it's worth the loss in fund, because we think it's important. But if we do feel that way, we better than apply that to a much larger group of people, because we are not offering it to many of the people who would want to do it. And then all of a sudden, we're paying even more subsidizing for the buses.
Two questions, Chad. So first, you had 2 slides on what matters most, right? And I'm looking at the list. There's affordability, and there's safety, and there's sort of balancing schools and all that. Did your team look at among those? What would you recommend as a priority? I don't know if that's something you can look at. You have a really nice list here, but I just sort of wanted to call that a little bit. Any sort of comments on what you would rate as perhaps more important, or what matters a little more than some of the others?
We did talk about that. I think we definitely found that this list was overall something that we thought all that mattered quite a bit. I think from distance from school was something that came up to us, the alternative schools, and the overall, what the demographic of the area. So it's a high traffic impact with poor access to ETA. We start bringing those factors to look at each school. Different school communities emphasize different pieces, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so I think if you look at an area that is an homestead corridor versus looking over here on Blaney, there's different emphasis that comes up.
Okay. Because I guess what I'm thinking, and what Craig has highlighted in the past, is that we have other students we can serve, is that if we tackle this issue, rather than figuring out which routes we don't do or do, we might kind of look at it at a broader scope of some of the places that are not being served today. I'm not suggesting at this point adding routes, and I don't know if, I know there are private sector services that do this, and whether or not that's viable or that's an option. But really looking at it holistically across all our schools and looking at the transportation needs, do that exercise. And I do very much believe there should be equity. But I just, rather than saying look at the 5 schools, 6 schools that have service now, and what do we do with those, look at it more as how do we sort of address transportation for everybody. And I'm very open to all the options that are out there, and not just ones that we can only have today. I'll just leave it at that. And also didn't know, is the purpose of this item, Craig, or is staff looking for instructions, or is this an update, or what's the purpose of this item?
It's definitely an update to addressing the question came in last time, establishing what is that criteria that we should be looking at in vetting our current routes through. And the second part of it is, now that we have this information, can we get a little bit more direction on where we should take it? Is this something we're going to survey? Is it something where we should look at what the potential new routes would be, using the litmus test of what matters most? Or is there something else we should be considering right now? Because we are proposing 3 to 4 million cuts that we're talking about. Those cuts we brought to the board by March. Where does this fall in that greater conversation?
Yeah, and to be honest, we had, at one point said in our presentation for this afternoon on more budget information, we had kind of embedded this, but we said, what's happening to your point is there's another issue, that there's safety, there's all sorts of different things. So we said, well, that's still bringing us tonight, because it is connected to a bigger conversation about what is our budget problem. And so we wanted you to have the information, but it's not important to pull it out of that conversation. It's not really about enrollment per se. So it might seem a little out of context, but I just wanted you to know that we were trying to respond to your last question about it, and because it is relevant to an important conversation on budget and
still have a clarifying question or are we on discussion? What do you feel?
I don't have a preference, so anybody, if we just want to roll with discussion, I'm good with that.
I just have a comment about kind of where I am on this. When I look at the positive part of having a bus and kids, what it kind of being, what just told us over our last week, safety is positive, it's obviously good for kids, it eliminates traffic, and it's convenient for our families. When we look at the negative side, we probably can't ever break even, because I don't think we can ever tell our families as much as we would have to break even. The inequity that Craig talked about is an issue for me, and it's been an issue for me for a long time. And it's a huge cost saving initiative. So my opinion is that we should not do less insured as a district, but we should look to private agencies or somebody else who might pick that up on a fee basis, or it wouldn't be a burden on the district, but it's, I don't know if it's even possible, but it might provide the convenience to the families and the traffic and the safety and some of those other things.
I'll jump in and take a turn. I would actually say that my comments mirror Phyllis's almost exactly. I do have an equity concern here, and I think that we're just not in a position right now to be offering this at a cost to the district when we talk about global distribution of dollars amongst all of our children. And absolutely, if we were in a position for the pros, if we're on the positive side of being able to, I would absolutely like to figure out a way to do that scale across the district, but I don't see how we're there. I don't see how we're going to get there given what we know about our funding and our budget. And so if we're going to put effort into it, I would like to see whether or not it's through enterprise, whether or not to see some other way to, maybe there's a, get a vendor who might be willing to come in and offer some sort of discount because of the scale of opportunity here. I don't know if that would be a benefit to our families or other ways we might be able to help. And if there are any subsidies going on, I feel like, if we were going to look at do we have any money left over for transportation, we would really have, for me, it would have to be targeted towards our low-income families.
Another question to you. So when you say that it's for the entire or special ed kids we still serve or what?
Special education.
So it's basically the general ed part you are suggesting to take.
Yes, all my comments are directed to
General
general
ed, yeah.
I do have a question other than the requirements for special ed. Is it, I understand we need to serve them, but can we serve them through a private agency, or does it have to be served through services offered by the district?
It can be done through a private agency. What we have found so far, if there hasn't been a cost-effective solution, we typically need a private agency to provide. We haven't provided to it.
Sorry. I would add to it also that the reality is if we end up bringing up buses in any way, there are other people that might contract with us to provide their special education busing. So there are some revenue potentials there. I just want to point that out that for field trips or for special education, etc. But I think certainly in our district size, if you can do your own busing, if you do it for special education, you're not going to get a better deal by going to an outside agency.
So I'll just add on to that. I think what I heard very much support what Phyllis and what we were saying and thinking where we are right now. This is not a play. I'll also put that. I'm not going to add any more to that other than echo what they said. But I do want to sort of for us to maybe think about. I guess I like for this to be an opportunity for us to sort of think about a transportation policy for all the 25 schools. And what you said earlier, Jeff, about each school has some different characteristics in terms of student distribution and traffic, the fact that there's now a bike path that we get, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe for us to work with Safe Routes to School and perhaps even the local youth organization to come up with a strategy for the school of how we, if we don't offer bus service, then what are the recommended choices, options, whether it's a fee for service or some other agency or something else. But I guess I think of it as really thinking tweaking our transportation policy, and really building some criteria over, as opposed to things just being the way they were, so we can continue doing that. But insofar as where we spend the money, I very much agree with the comments with Phyllis and Holly.
I just have one more comment, and that is if we are going to eliminate district busing, I think that's a decision that needs to be made sooner than later, so that the families that have been counting on that for years and years can figure out what the alternative is for them if we don't offer them.
For that, and Jeff, what is your debt on, because I know families have to start thinking about and signing up, so when do we have to know what our direction is and things like that?
We really want, I mean, the sooner the better for our families that are, we were saying, but that's sort of saying half the year right now, so I would say probably by March, we want to have your communication out to all of our families.
So we'll have to speed up bringing this out of that specifically.
So does this require our vote? What are the next steps?
We really need you to take, either take direction or take action. We'll look at what, one or the other, we need to know the will of the board in relation to the general ed subsidized busing program starting next year. And I appreciate the comment about, and we need to take a look at it from a policy and transportation policy perspective, which we will certainly do, but we will need to make some decisions, and yes, the board would have to probably want a specific action on that, but I'm not sure what form that takes. Some sort of clear direction and more action, for sure.
So I have one more concern, and that is if we didn't bring Sylvia on this topic.
So I'm in agreement with board members. My question or concern, I suppose, is field trips, because I know right now the bus drivers, they do the transportation to and from, and then in between when they're doing the field trips. And so I'm wondering, we're still going to have the field trips. So is that, how much cost are we actually mitigating here if we're still using those buses for those field trips and drivers?
So field trips, we wouldn't be losing money like we are right now on the general education transportation. Because a field trip, there's a cost recovery that's naturally built into it. There's not a full cost recovery built into general education transportation. In fact, we can actually provide field trips, and we probably can increase our services in field trips. And that could go beyond our district as well. So we talk about revenue enhancement. I don't want to go too far down the path without bringing back something more substantial, but there's probably an opportunity for us to use our larger buses for field trips for other school districts in the same way we have contracted with other school districts in the past. So what I'd like to do then is bring back to you what that looks like. Certainly the idea of providing general education transportation is one piece. The second piece is we need to look at our fees. Are they in accordance with what we should be charging for field trips? And then it could potentially add into our cost recovery revenue enhancement. There's potential for that cost recovery for us to take that and apply it to what we spend on special education transportation.
So then, help me to understand in terms of the cost breakdown, then it's not including personnel costs there, right? It's just the cost of the actual vehicle and the gas, and the insurance, and
Personnel
all that
cost
stuff.
is built into this.
So
It's all aspects of it. So the maintenance, the insurance, the bus itself, the driver of the bus, all that is put into this cost.
If I say, right now, our drivers can't show up to our sites for field trips until after they've done their morning runs, for example. So if by removing this, our drivers can start their field trips at the beginning of the day, and we can do that for more days of the week, maybe through a contract with another district, we can still fill, I'm presuming, still fill time, keep our hours for the availability of whatever that program winds up looking like.
And we could pick and choose whether or not we take something, right? So we wouldn't take a field trip if there wasn't a benefit to us. We could actually say yes and no, we have that full control. Versus right now, we're providing that transportation for those sites, and there really is no check on that.
So if I could suggest, as Jeff was saying, we're starting to raise questions that would be tied to what we would bring back very soon to go deeper to understanding the logistics, the costs that Jeff would be able to put together. But for right now, we just wanted you to have a heads up about what we're thinking, that we are looking at the costs and what we are able to do, and that we're going to bring that forth under a general willingness to consider within our budget planning the question of transportation, and that we will likely bring all sorts of ideas to you that might talk about field trips and other things.
And among those ideas, maybe if there's any private agencies out there that we could work with to offer, and I'd like to start investigating that.
Also, I wanted to add that we're only talking about the gen ed transportation, so we're keeping the special ed transportation, so those drivers actually have a schedule that has some free time that we can use for field trips. So they're not 8 hours driving students to and from school, so those are the ones that we can utilize for field trips. So even if we end up using the gen ed transportation, we still have drivers that are working full time, for example, to take care of our special ed kids and our field trips.
I think the budget part will talk later, right? So on this, I had only the last question here is, even Gen Ed, even if you cut it, the proportion is not that, you're not saving a lot, right? Like it's only about 880,000 versus 3 million still low.
That's correct. And that 3 million that the last 10% is going to continue to increase. So you're not necessarily going to see transportation. It will take a dip down next year, but the ongoing cost of special education transportation is continuing to rise. So there is that additional benefit that we now have. The LCAP contribution can all be dedicated for our special education busing. So there is an offset there that's all this.
In the interest of time, are you clear on direction? Good? And then, is there one of these items that we've got 5 minutes basically? Does somebody want to suggest an item that maybe there are questions?
Does it make sense that I need to do this item at 8.1 and bring back the 3 policy ones next time?
Great.
Okay with that? But I just feel like that's this one probably 5-minute one for what we have.
So for 8.1, it's me. So you may have seen that CSBA recommended that we consider whether to approve a resolution in support of the state's education facilities bond that will be on March 2020 ballot. In our protocols and practices from past boards, there was an indication that we generally are only willing to consider resolutions when they pertain directly to the education and our students in our schools. And so this fell into that category, and CSBA, so I did forward it on to our staff for consideration. I do just want to call out, it's unfortunate that the state hasn't pulled the number 13 out of the numbering system because it makes it very confusing. But this year's 2020 Proposition 13 does not have anything to do with Prop 13 as we commonly refer to it in terms of the property tax measure passed by voters many years ago. This is a totally new proposition, and it's a state bond that will provide $15 billion for facilities of the state's preschool, K-12 schools, community colleges, and four-year colleges and universities. Because this is the first reading, we can decide here if we first have only a discussion tonight, or if everyone considers it straightforward and wants to treat it as discussion action, I can call for a motion. So we have a preference on what they want to do with it.
I have questions for staff on this one.
Great, so let's make it a discussion.
Yeah, can I ask while the discussion, can we put up there's one slide that we added today that just has the board past agreement on when we will look at resolutions, just so we have it up there while we're discussing. I kind of play with it to make it stand out in a certain way. And this board did not adopt this per se, and this isn't a policy, it's more an agreement we have, which was we have to add to the protocol agreement. I just wanted to have that. Go ahead.
I think my question is basically district, particularly around some of the limitations that are placed on collection of developer fees that are specified in SB 50. Some of what's the impact for us here at CUSD.
We receive that school services. We have not been able to determine how much of impact is going to be for us. We do feel some impact. More of the impact will be on those tier 3.
Right, the tier 3.
We have not had it in the past few years, but
So that we've been collecting it here too because, right, okay.
you're going to change the resident.
Exactly, I think so basically what happens is, there was this SB 50 state Senate bill that basically said you can't use school impact as a way, as a consideration of construction. But then sort of the other side of it is there were these fees that were specified. And so what happens is AB 48 suspends some of those fees, the tier 3 fees. It feels, so I think generally I'm supportive of any sort of money coming into the sort of school construction funds and all that. It's just that I wasn't sure some of these rollbacks for developer fees, how it would impact us given their potential construction happening here in this, in our district boundary. So,
There's a piece of clarification that I still feel we need as a district, but what's considered a major thoroughfare.
right, because
And that criteria is still not perfectly clear.
it basically exempts developers from paying developer fees within half a mile of major thoroughfares. So bus stops are considered that if they come within 50. There's a lot of, I just wanted to see basically for us locally, does it really impact us on us being able to collect developer fees from some of these.
Major transit hubs.
Right, they call it major transit hubs, and there's a set of definitions. And what I'm not clear about is BPA can change the bus schedule anytime, so it could be 15 minutes now, next year it could be 3 minutes apart, so it falls out.
Is the bus side demands enough to do it, or is it truly a hub?
Exactly, right. And so I guess I have the same questions. It sounds like Jeff, that you're waiting for answers on, so that's really my thinking, especially since we have large projects that could be happening in the next few years in the district boundary.
So is it fair to say that just putting these criteria on it, it's not that we would oppose it, it's just that we don't have enough information right now to know the answers to both your question and the question of, is it clearly going to have, will we be able to access those dollars, which is what this is stating, which is what we have right now to go on. And it's not that we would necessarily oppose, in fact, we might be okay with it, but there's more information we seem to need before we be able to do that.
And I would add the question to that is just, what is the delta? I mean, if I remember correctly, we have something like $12 million of projects that are already in queue. That pot of money's been wiped out, so this would refresh that. We've also got an additional, maybe, I think it's in the resolution, $400 million worth of needs within the district. So if you compare that to how much we stand to lose, potentially in these tier 3 developer fees, that obviously would be important information that I would want to know.
Yeah, all of that. So I understand that maybe it's I know you put on because we know they want to get something from us, but I don't think we can be on that timeline. And I know Phil said you feel strongly that if it's not, it's not going to be very directly impactful for us, that it's not, it doesn't meet the criteria. It doesn't mean we would support it in some ways, but that's just before passing the resolution in relation. So it's just not enough information yet. So maybe you and I can work on this a little bit more and think about it.
And I guess the clarification I'd ask from you guys is if Jeff comes back, if school services comes back to Jeff with answers and we have some guidance there, would you want this to come back again before the March 3rd election? Or if it happened to align with one of our 2 February meetings, or are you not interested in it coming back if we get that information back?
So I have different concerns from Jerry's. Personally, I vote for everything that comes in one for schools, but you all know I object to resolutions to start with. But this one concerns me because there's a list of criteria that will be used to identify which districts are going to get money. And it's like 5 or 6. I sent Jeff an email about it. And it's not clear to me that we need any of that criteria. So I am not in this today, right now, ready to have a resolution about it. I would need lots more information before I would be able to support it.
Here's a good point. They brought up that capital advisors said that part D, I think it was in the list, it was part D, is the one about if you, in the previous 2 quarters you haven't been, met one of those other criteria, then you can jump to the top of the list. If we could get some guidance on.
And when I read the proposition, it doesn't read like that. It doesn't read like, yeah, but it doesn't read like you jump to the top. It reads like you get some benefit, which is a little nebulous to me.
I think part of their goal is to stop the jumping and trumping somebody who's, a lot better and be on the list, and somebody else comes in and meets that criteria a little better, then you're being jumped over. I think part of their goal is to eliminate some of that, which is happening right now. In terms of what our direct benefit, whether or not we meet criteria, we still don't know that. Obviously, we do, as a charity, we do everything we can to apply for it.
And I was still expecting we would do that. If my issue is with the resolution,
Right.
that's mine, yeah.
And I would just, we still don't have data, we don't have this kind of bias, we don't have full services, we don't have the trade with that. Some of that comes in, they may not have it.
And it may clarify something.
And hopefully clarify, right.
So if it makes sense, we would bring something back if it makes sense, and we have absolute clarity on impact, and we would bring it back for possible compensation.
All right, so that puts us at 5:33.
Yeah, so we have 3 items to do next, so then we just clarify, what are the 3 policies that were skipped?
2, 7, 3, and 7, 6. Do I have that right?
I think that's right.
Yeah. Future meetings, civil service. And then we had originally said a half an hour, we can meet at 6, but we're a little shy of that. Let's still try to meet at 6. Yes?
Well, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So I will do it at 6. Okay, so I'm going to call us back to order. And if the board will excuse me, I'm going to turn my back on you just a minute. So welcome to everybody who is here tonight, joining us on part 2 of our board advance meeting tonight. The rest of our meeting tonight is going to be focused on the discussion and deliberations around the next steps to address our enrollment and our budget challenges. I wanted to start out by acknowledging that I think that we all know that it took a lot of mixed feelings and deep convictions and strongly held thoughts and opinions that many of us are here today. We have some big challenges in Cupertino Union around our budget, due to our funding, and around our enrollment. And there are some big, weighty, challenging conversations that we need to have as a community together. Starting last fall, when this item first came before the board, we quickly realized that we wanted to hit the proverbial pause button and give our community a chance to engage with us before jumping in on the next steps of the plan. We have made a genuine effort to do just that. In that time, we've held 5 listening sessions across each of our middle school attendance areas, with Dr. Baker and staff providing key data around the enrollment trends across different segments of our district schools, and with our community sharing their thoughts with us each night. As board members, we've had countless meetings with parents, members of the wider community, members of our staff, and have read all of the feedback that we've received today, including some more emails that are still coming in today. And while I know that we are all committed to continuing to listen broadly and to take in the diverse opinions held by our community and stakeholders, tonight we need to shift focus back to each other as we have a conversation on this topic for the first time. As board members, you may know that we're not permitted to talk as a group outside of these public meetings, and so our only opportunity to hear from each other, bounce ideas off of each other, and engage with one another is here. This is a meeting of the board held in public. We know that the setup of this room may feel very different if you've been to one of our regular board meetings before. Facing each other is our standard practice for these board study sessions. And so that's our norm, and so that's what we'll see here tonight, so that we can all see and communicate effectively with one another. We will, of course, have an opportunity for public comment tonight, as we always do. I hope you will share in our commitment to holding the bulk of our time tonight for engaging with each other during the board study session. If you do want to speak tonight, please do fill out a blue comment card with Renee. Here they look like that. and we'll hold some time for that. And we're going to let the board get through some of our discussion. So we'll let you know when that time comes, and we promise to check in to make sure that you have an opportunity for comments. Please also know that you can always send comments to us, an email to the entire board, board@cusdk.org. And lastly, I just want to emphasize that tonight is not about making any final decisions. This is really about looking towards a starting point and the process for where we want to go from here, and how best to continue to engage with our community and stakeholders along the way. We need the freedom to test ideas and thoughts with each other, and this isn't meant to be, nor will it be, the last discussion we'll have on any of this. I alluded to it tonight at the beginning of my comments, but each of us is feeling the weight of this. We take our duty to this community, and especially to delivering on the promise of public education to our learners very seriously. I keep reminding myself that having tough conversations like these are hard things, and that we can do hard things because it's for the kids and for the community we all care about. So with that, I'm going to turn my back on the public, and we're going to conduct our meeting here. Thanks, all right. So, item 10, board study session, designing next steps to address enrollment and budget challenges, reflections and considerations and feedback from enrollment listening sessions. So Craig, did you do this?
I'll get us started anyway. Yes, I asked that we put this up, and I just want to start with a document we will not be reflecting on tonight, which is the mitigation one, mitigating impact of declining enrollment. And I just want to show it because this is the very beginning of trying to collect information and thinking to date, and that's why this is so sparse right now. At the beginning, that every meeting we have and every the processes you come up with later that we implement with community members and staff and all wherever we go, the idea is that community members will continue to keep this updated. So we have kind of a running record and storytelling of where we are in the process. So it'll always be available for people, but we don't imagine making them deal until some report comes out, most likely from a committee of some kind, and it'll be fully formed, and people will have been able to weigh in, etc. So this is the beginning, and in our main slide, set of slides, we have snippets from in here so we can check our assumptions that are in here, and based on what the feedback we get, we're going to change this document after tonight. So I just want to give you that context, and we're not going to spend time on this document other than what it is. Right? All right, with that in mind, I know that Leslie and Jeff are going to take us through some slides, and I'll let them talk about outcomes, etc. I will just remind the board that we asked you at the end of our last listening session to give us thoughts about what else you needed in order to have the conversation that at long last we were able to have. And so this was our attempt to bring back new information. The parts that are sort of, I'm going to go around and go into because you have listened to it at least 5 times in the listening sessions. And there's really no change there. But there are some pieces you asked for that we're going to talk to you about. And most notably, quite a bit on the budget side of things and the situation that we're in, because you said that, and community told us one thing that came out very clearly was people feel like we need to understand better how much of what we're trying to solve for is a budget problem versus a balancing enrollment problem. And of course, we know well as both because declining enrollment has that impact on both budget and our ability to balance the enrollment. So with that in mind, that's what these data sets are, and then when they are done, I get to run you through a series of conversations that you will have, and I'll try to, with the community, I'll try to engage them in some way while you're doing that, and they can either do the exercise themselves, or I'll do it with them, or whatever, or they can walk around and talk to you all. But just know that this is in advance, and that's the normal way that we run them. It's a time for you all to talk. As you said, this is at long last year moment to get to talk to one another. That's what we're going to be emphasizing today. But always we do that in public as law requires. So that in mind, Leslie, you want to
So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on outcomes and agenda because I think both Laura and Dr. Baker did a great job highlighting what the outcomes were to do for tonight. Number one is it is an opportunity for the board to have dialogue. It's an opportunity for them to share publicly their thoughts, their reactions, their hopes, their fears, and we hope to lead you through those activities tonight. And then, like Rory said, we're not going to make final decisions today, but we are hoping that we do have some next steps in regard to processes that we want to look at, timelines, and then potentially looking at forming the citizens committee, which we'll discuss at the end of the presentation. So just real quickly, we're going to walk you through the agenda. Jeff and I will tag team at the beginning, and then Craig will wrap it up at the end for us.
Can I interrupt you real quick? I'm sorry. I do want to just mention for public that if you have some iPads or over here, and if you would like to get the slides and look at them yourself instead of up there, you're welcome to have one. So just feel free to walk up and request one, okay? Good. And you might have to share it. You only have a set of five.
Five.
Yeah. Great stuff. Go ahead.
So we were asked by the Board of Trustees to recommend, based on the conversations and feedback, a problem statement. So we have crafted a problem statement for you tonight to think about. We'll re-present this at the end of, actually I think it's right before the activities begin. So what we're thinking, as Jeff and I launched into the enrollment and budget presentation, is this initial problem statement good enough? So if you would do a quick reflection and just think about, as we begin, is it okay for now? We may revise it as we go through the process. Or are there some aspects that you want to discuss that you think we maybe didn't capture based on your collective beliefs? Is there something missing that you think is important to bring forth before we begin a process of sharing enrollment and budget information?
Oh, I'll throw a couple of thoughts out there. So thank you for crafting this. I like this a lot in terms of capturing the situation that we're in. One additional thing I like just to throw out to consider is that I feel currently we have a sort of a structural deficit in our budget. Our budget, there's a structural deficit. We run a deficit the last couple of years. And so for me, there's an urgency in basically addressing this problem because this year is something like $4 or $5-ish million. Like if you kind of if you think about it, it's $10,000 a day. Every day we go by, we're spending $10,000 more than we don't have. So I think this is good. I think it's implicit in there. I would just kind of be interested in my colleagues to see the fact that there is a structural issue with the way our budget is set up, if that's something, at least for me, that weighs on my mind as I'm thinking about this. With that said, I also feel like, to me, the last sentence in that second paragraph where we talk about having a need to take action to address declining enrollment in the context of the budget, I think that to me is the key problem statement. Everything around it gives a context, but for me, if I were to sort of drill it down, it's really that one sentence. So just those two thoughts out there. One is
So I just have a question for you. Would you like to see that structural deficit question addressed in this problem statement or not?
I think I would like to have some element of at least for me, the urgency to resolve this problem expressed in the problem statement. Right, because I feel we've been addressing what's really a structural problem with operational processes, and you can only do that for so long. So I guess that urgency, timeliness is something I like to see in there.
Anybody else?
Similar to Jerry, I agree with that. So similar to Jerry, I agree with us that second sentence in the second paragraph is the key problem statement. I think, and echoing his thoughts, that it's really the budget that is the urgency or the critical part, that I would almost switch it around, that it's addressing the impact, addressing the issue of the budget in the context of declining enrollment versus discussing the impact of declining enrollment in the context of the budget. Does that make sense? wordsmithing a little bit, but it's just switching the key focus.
I'll just echo the urgency and also that I think this is a partly, I don't know, when my first read of it was almost a looking back rather than a looking forward. And I don't know, I have to do some more thinking around why, maybe as we go through these exercises, I'll have a little more clarity on why it struck me that way. But for me, part of this is the urgency piece for now and also the forward-looking planning for the future. Because, as trustees, I think I have to care deeply about every single one of the kids that are in our schools now, and I also have to be mindful and care for the kids who will inherit these schools in the future.
Is that good for now?
Good for now?
Because again, we'll come back. Sorry. We will come back to this, and we'll have a chance to recheck it at the end and see if the conversation has changed your thinking or still favoring.
So I'm going to turn it over to Joe.
Thank you. And I agree with Leslie that the introduction was spot on, because when we get into looking at enrollment and looking at the budget, there's nothing light about this topic. When we start talking about our schools, it almost feels depersonalized when we're just looking at it with the budget lens. And I think as we get deeper into this tonight, though the focus is really going to be on our structural deficit, what has led to it, so there is a little bit of a history to your point. Worry about looking back to look forward. Whenever we budget, we have to look backwards. We understand and make good decisions as we go forward. Because what we talk about now is truly going to have a long-term impact on us, as did the decisions that the board has made along the way to get us to today. And so when we talk about we have our time today, but there's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of work, and a lot of people that goes into this. And so I do want to acknowledge that, and certainly acknowledge our families as a community for all the town hall feedback that we received, the emails, the opportunities to speak about the situation that we're in as a district. And so with that, and kind of that looking back piece of it, there's been a lot of talk about projections, right? How they've been accurate, are they going to be accurate going forward? One of the things that's important for us to realize is what our enrollment has done for the past 10 years. So we often talk about our projections going forward and the importance of 10 years forward. We're really looking at when you are funded on a per student basis, any decline in enrollment is going to impact you. When you have the decline that we're seeing, when you have the decline that we're seeing of 2,000 students, that impact is only perpetuating the deficit issues that all school districts in the state of California. We'll go into that a little bit more here. But I think when you think about the peak enrollment that we had in the 13, 14, 15 years, where we're almost at 19,000 students, to where we're at today at 16,700 students, and we talk about 60% of those, that physical decline is solved by the reduction in teaching staff, that 40% is what's compounding to where we are today. So when we came together last year, and we were sitting at almost a 10 million structural deficit, we cut that in half today. We still need to do more. The second slide is looking at it by school and the impact of the decline enrollment on various schools. I'm not sure I can make it large enough for everyone to see it, so I know there's 2 more iPads there, and certainly this is posted on board docs. But the decline, if you think about that impact on kindergarten classes and how that runs through elementary schools and then ultimately feeds into our middle schools, you see how a feeder school pattern does matter in terms of the middle school enrollment, but also think about it through the lens of how many kindergartens are coming in each of those years and what that does to your enrollment during that life of a student year in kindergarten through 8th grade. The next 2 slides are the conservative reports from 19 and 20. Normally I try not to be redundant. I try not to be redundant with the slides that we're always building our fiscal slides throughout the course of the year. I thought for the purpose of tonight's meeting, it'd be helpful to have our last 2 years of the demography report as a basis for the discussion tonight. Both of these are posted on our website for our community as well. So big picture, just to summarize what our decline has done, because we really are talking about the impact of the decline in enrollment that it does on our fiscal situation. And so if we're at 18,910 and we drop 4,600, we have to make up that 40% of that loss in revenue from the decline in enrollment. And so that's why we're really looking at the structural deficit that we have today. There's been a lot of mitigating factors that we've done as a district. The board has made some really tough decisions over the last 5 years regarding cuts. Even with those cuts, we're still facing that deficit. So it's really hard to just say when you take that 8,500 per student, say, hey, when we have to decline, we have to find that again in the budget. But what we try to capture is when you look at 15-16 being at 18,948 students, that year we were receiving about $7,100 per student. Again, you're going to recover 60% of that reduction, just in the reduction in our certificate and teaching staff. That other 40%, which give or take is around 31 million, is what you have to find in your budget. And I'll show you where you can see that in our multi-year plan when we get there. So hang on to kind of that number of what it means, because that does not account for inflation or any money that comes into school districts. So on January 16th, George and I had a chance to go to the governor's budget proposal. There's some things that I think are important for you to know now. At second interim, we will add the assumptions from the governor's budget into our multi-year projection. You'll see some of those adjustments. But one of the biggest things that's happening throughout the state is there's actually a decline in enrollment in all of California, about a 0.4% rate. And so when you think about that impact that we're seeing here, we're in the area where that decline is happening. It's one of the largest declines in the state is happening in this area. And there's a lot of factors for that. But what you're seeing with the declining total California population, really for the first time in a long time, is families are leaving. And certainly that's what we're seeing as well here. So Prop 98, which is really how we were funded, its intent was to bring California to the top 10 in the nation. It certainly has not done that. And so when you think about our challenges being a state that's one of the lowest funded states, we're one of the lowest funded schools in one of the lowest funded states. COLA does not, we're in a COLA-only environment. COLA does not cover the operational increases that you have from one year to the next. Not to mention COLA was just reduced again. So we already were chasing something every year if we had zero decline in enrollment. I think that's an important part to recognize. And then during times of decline in enrollment, this came directly from school services because many school districts in the state are facing a situation like ours. That they really were calling out that during these times of decline in enrollment, it is challenging to cut fast enough to meet the fiscal challenges. And that really resonated, obviously, with Dorothy and myself, because that is the situation we have. There's been massive cuts. There's been cuts to department budget. There's been cuts to personnel. You still can't catch that deficit that's being created because of the way we are funded. There's a fundamental issue. So if there's a fundamental issue in the funding of education at the state level, we're certainly going to face that here in our district. And then just going back to that 0.4% decline, those are two of the factors that school services called out. Certainly, I think we've all seen other contributing factors, but I think consistently from all the agencies that provide feedback, those really, the lower birth rate and the high cost of living have really led to that statewide decline in enrollment.
Does that percentage mirror ours, or is ours higher?
Ours is a little bit higher. So when we were talking about loss of revenue, we had a number about 31 million. The easiest spot on our multi-year projection to see that impact is on that end fund balance. And so when you look at this line, when you look at our end fund balance on this row here, right now we're at 26 million. What you see with the decline in enrollment ending up with a $2.5 million end fund balance. That's the easiest spot in our budget to see it. Obviously, we have our SACS report that we post online. Every expenditure that we have as a district is based in there. But in terms of where you can see that 40% number, where it shows up, the easiest spot to find is that in that end fund balance. And again, we always have 1 year to try and address the decline in enrollment. But the decline in enrollment is so deep that it takes more than 1 year to make up for it, which is why that deficit, that structural deficit, has been left behind. And even with the efforts made, it spikes back up in 22, 23, because each year is about a 5% operational increase to our budget, and that doesn't mean because of negotiations or anything else, just that not over 50% cost of living inflation, there's about a 5% jump. Right now, for this next year, they're averaging about 4.68% jump, but again, we're getting a COLA. We still have 3% there. We spoke at one of our last meetings that's actually going to be closer to 2.2, maybe even that. We'll see where it ends up. So we're already at about a 1.5 to 2% deficit that's being created without any decline. So I want to pause there for a second, but if there's any question on anything that I just referenced.
Yes. When we went to the budget meeting yesterday, I think the comment that was made was the COLA doesn't even cover the increased costs. So even though we're going to get maybe 2.2%, our increased costs are going to be greater.
That's correct.
Can you just go over a sequence of events if we made no cuts? And this was our actually what happened and what we experienced within the next 5 years. What are the repercussions for us in years 3, 4, and 5 as far as qualifying our budget and what that means?
Thank you. So we will have, the district has always had good audit reports, and we've always been considered fiscally solvent. Part of that is because the board has always been very conservative with our budget, and as a result of that, we've been able to carry it out for a really long time without that pain being felt and that decline going being one of the lowest in the districts. The concern we have right now is that really the first time we will not be considered fiscally solvent by the year 23-24. And the requirement is you have to have a 3% reserve, which we still have in 22-23. We do not meet the board required reserve of 6%, but we would still be qualified in terms of state solvency. We would not be considered solvent if we did nothing today or did nothing this year, and no adjustments to the budget. We would actually not have a qualified budget by the time we get here 23-24. The other piece I want to point out is year 23-24, with the current parcel tax we have, is actually terms out, and that's about 8.6 million that is brought into the district. So we're able to assume an 8.6 million in terms of what when we build our budget, but I do want to point that out, it does overlay that year.
Can I get you to go one level further? So 23-24 is when we no longer have a qualified budget. When do we have to first check a box and sort of publicly admit that, if you will?
I'm sorry, can I make one clarification? I want to make sure for public and everyone that is understood. Because we were required to turn in a budget that does balance in 2 years, we will, you cannot assume it will be, if we do absolutely nothing, yes, we would have to get a qualified budget. But we have always said, what are we going to do to balance it, which is why we're saying we have to have at least $3 to $4 million by next year to get ahead, because if you wait, you're not going to get it, and that's why we have to do it. But I don't want people thinking we're stuck with this end outcome, because we will, your job as a board is to turn a 3-year budget that shows that we are in fact solvent, and we will do that as we always do.
Right, and that's the question I'm trying to address. I get the question, why do we have to do this? Why do we have to make these cuts? And you know, the point being, there is a carrying balance. So what does it mean? So at what point would we need to sort of check a box, and what implications does that have for us sort of immediately upon checking that box as far as credit ratings? And
credit ratings have, anytime you go out there, they'll certainly look at that. We always show the multi-year projection, which is why we always receive really high credit ratings. Right now, it becomes questionable for that solvency if you're just looking at 21-22 and the additional 2 years, because you have to have a fiscally solvent budget for 3 years. So for to your question, was 21-22 would be the first year we have to check that box. And that again is assuming we would do nothing.
okay, thank you.
Some of the reductions that we've had today, we've cut 20 to 30% of all department budgets in the district. We've eliminated all spending of one-time dollars. And I would just say that's an ongoing practice we're going to continue. We should not be spending one-time dollars on personnel costs. That's a very simple adjustment in our budget that we should always carry forward. We had a savings of $300,000 in paying for overtime, and then there's been a significant reduction in management positions. And we'll go into a little bit more detail about what those numbers look like. So big picture, again, we're always chasing that 40%. We talk about that decline in enrollment. I'll hit on a little bit of this with CA or our teaching staff, because those projections happen a little bit more naturally from the standpoint you have less students, you have less teachers needed. When you see that, and we've lost 54 teachers from 17-18 to 19-20, or 54 reduction in total FTE in the district during that time. SCIU, we've got 7 positions. Obviously, we're starting with a smaller number of employees. And in CSEA, I know it reads as an increased part of that, or a majority of that, if not all of it, is tied to special education and the instructional needs of our students, so our BI and our IAs in the district. That is why that's a plus 24. Management has dropped 16 over a 4-year period. For this chart, there's been a 9 FTE drop in positions in the district. And it's one of the questions that we've received, and I believe the board has too. Where do we rank in terms of management numbers in the county, and what's that total number? So the next slide kind of goes through that. We talked about the 16. But what I'd like to draw your attention to is where we rank in the county with our certificate management positions. One of the things that we've been very directly doing is cutting as far away from the school as possible. A lot of times that's been through management positions. And so in the county, Cupertino, near the bottom, we're at 5% management positions. You have to be under 9%. Anyway, I know some districts on this chart are above 9%. But in terms of where we are, we're one of the lowest staff management districts. And that includes principals, assistant principals, coordinators, and directors when we think about certificated management.
So I do want to directly go back to what I said earlier when we were talking, that I want to be real clear. This is one of the complete falsehoods that people are putting out there, saying that our district is way overstaffed in administration, that we haven't been tightening our belt, that we have all that. And we need this community to step up and say to people, we will not solve our problems by lying about things or making things up or creating rumor. You have to be truthful with you have to use the facts. And so part of our goal tonight is to be really clear, especially on this one. It simply is not true that we somehow have not been cutting. And in fact, as I was explaining to some of you earlier, we literally have no overhead at this point. Year to year, we are just scraping off the very top of our scalps here to figure out how to get to the next year and to the next year. And the only way we can do that is by cutting position. That's the only way we can do it.
And I should recall that I had this question earlier. This came from Forecast 5, which it's a pretty large database that we're pulling these sources from. This particular one came from the California Department of Education, but we use Forecast 5 for a lot of kind of check ourselves on how we rank, whether it's from teacher salary, employee compensation across the board, staffing numbers. It has a great deal of information that we utilize to educate that question. So moving from our more personnel, the enrollment numbers, moving to what is the cost of running a school? And so one of the things that has come up a lot is about the balanced enrollment, decline enrollment, and how those influence our budget. And our budget is pretty clean to understand how it happens. We get a certain amount of dollars per student. Right now it's $8,500 per student. That creates the foundation of our budget. So anytime you have a decline in enrollment, that is going to directly impact how many dollars you receive as a district. The second piece of it is when there are certain operational costs that we have for maintaining 25 sites. There are some things that influence what we do that are not included on this. Just to address on the right, that's certainly not everything. Those are just some big items that I think are important to call out that aren't included in this, that do contribute to where we are as a district with our fiscal situation. But even when we look at that list, nothing comes close to the impact of the decline in enrollment has. And so with that, a couple of assumptions with it. Right now, we have a teacher contract where elementary school is 24-1, and we have middle school that are staffed at 25-1. So I should have added in your elementary, 4th and 5th is staffed at 33-1. Should have added into all of this. For purpose of cost, whole numbers are utilized, and we're assuming no student loss when we talk about the cost to run a school. SPED is not included in this because as a district, we decide that that's patient for our special education programs. There is a cost in and of itself to run that program. That cost would be the same as whatever school we ran that program at. So we're not breaking that into kind of the cost to run a school. And then the regional line there, but there's certainly that we're assuming we'll look at elementary numbers. And so we are really just on elementary school right now, we're not talking about middle school. And when we say 2 kinders, we're assuming 2 kinders coming in, and those 2 kinders staying all the way through the same way. We're assuming the same as 6 kindergarten classes coming in and staying for the entire time at K-5 school. Base funding is consistent across the board, so we have $8,537. The top 2 numbers are more, I'm using it more of a fixed variable in this chart. And then the bottom of the teacher cost, that's the direct certificate costs. So when we set that 24 to 1 or 33 to 1, that's the teaching cost, that's the 60% that we talk about, that's attributed to directly tied to students in elementary school, or the number of students we have. Office staff, that's your anything from secretary, your principal, assistant principal, that is your SIT, your librarian, those core positions that are part of every school campus that we as a district pay for. This is not including any parent funded positions, just as a district, what we pay for every single school. Utility costs, there is a big change. I would say if there's any number on here that has the greatest variance, it is utility costs, because it varies by city. What we did in our team is we really tried to get the average of like campuses to narrow it to the best we could. The highest school is about 200,000, but it's also because it's one of our large elementary schools. So I think when we bring in those factors, we try to eliminate some of those outliers and get to more of a, as close as we could to those fixed variables based on the city jurisdictions. That won't caveat. So in this scenario, the percentage represents out of the base funding that the students bring in, should we have 288 students on campus or 864 students, that's what generates our dollars as a district. And so when we look at that, and you look at 288 students, it requires about 84% of the dollars that are brought in by those students to be spent back on running that school. And then running the school is the teacher cost, office, and utilities. That does not include instructional materials. In any way that include any of the programs we're running, it's just the cost to run the school. So obviously, with a higher percentage being spent on, or 84% of those dollars, that would leave less dollars for other purposes. As you move down left to right, that 69%, part of that is attributed to you you have straight 4 kinders all the way through kindergarten through kindergarten through 3rd grade, 4th and 5th at 33 to 1. There's no cost between it. It's perfect numbers with it. And so we're kind of working off of those perfect numbers, which is why you see the biggest drop from 3 to 4, and then you see a minimal drop when you go to the bottom of that.
Excuse me, Jeff. So these numbers for the staff don't include the stores and pros costs as you noted on the previous graph. If they were included in here, would some of these go above 100%, the total cost?
I'm sorry, this includes certain, it doesn't include any of the reductions that were potential for the state. Any reduction increases, but that's total compensation for employees.
Including stores and pros. I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are you going to leave this slide? I have one more question.
Okay.
So these scenarios apply no matter whether or not we're talking about our neighborhood schools versus our alternative schools.
That's right. Other questions on? Sorry, I don't know what you're
Sorry, hold on. I did just want to reiterate that to some degree, you had asked for data that went behind our comments about the sweet spot for schools. So I just wanted to tag it to that. Why we were saying that, well, pre-kindergarten ruled up is actually still kind of small, not perfectly efficient, but good enough. And these were the data that we were looking at. Obviously, once you get up to the difference between 5 and 6, not hugely different, but that 4 and 5 area is why we were saying that's kind of our sweet spot. So I just wanted to pinpoint that to our earlier conversation. Sorry.
Thank you. The next 2 slides are really tied to school costs. Well, I want to make sure, too, this isn't based on what we think is the best programs around or best instructional vision. They're really tied to numbers and the dollars associated with it. And so when we talk about the other range of costs, there's some other areas that are identified here. And then under considerations, when we were talking about combo classes and will be all grade levels, that was not a pro or a con. It was just more of a fact that when you have a perfect number of 4 kinders, there are not combo classes in that scenario, which is why the costs are perfect numbers, so to speak. And so programmatic dollars are allocated to elementary schools based on ADA. As a result of that right now, some schools are able to pay for more personnel than others, and yes, we get into that equity issue there, but there's also less buying power that's not taken into account with this chart in any way, but I do know that brings a lot of questions.
Yeah, and I'll just add to the combo, even in a sweet spot school with the right numbers, you can run what we have in the school and not a couple, that's still in combo classes, so this is not at all a judgment on that. But I would say that for schools that 1 year you have them, another year you don't, which teacher does it, you're not necessarily feeling prepped, but who was the person, we don't want to be in that kind of situation. But we definitely actually have a high regard for combo classes, and so just want to make sure no one took that as a slight on the notion of combo class.
I'm going to turn it back over to Leslie. Unless there's any questions on that first set. Thank you.
So I'm just going to pause for 1 sec. Anybody who's joined us since we started, if you are planning on making a public comment, just directing me over to Renee. She has the blue cards for public comment. Thanks.
So one of our superintendent committees is actually an enrollment committee, which 2 of our board members sit on. And so one of the tasks that we did following the listening session, when I know board members were taking copious notes, but we began to cluster the comments and are trying to synthesize some of the key points for you. After reviewing these, you may say, well, you missed them. Maybe there's others to add, or I heard something a little bit different. And so certainly Craig and our board members that sit on it, if you have something to add as I go through these. So one of the things that we heard from community at large, and again, listening sessions, and then we also, Craig and I spent a lot of time going out to school sites, meeting with staff and community groups, and I know our board members have been doing the same. So although our small schools will acknowledge that small schools are hard, it's sometimes hard because of the ability to partner and engage with colleagues. We had a kindergarten teacher mention, boy, it's really hard when my 24 kids have only 24 kids to play with. Yet, in addition to that, our small schools are energized and they love their communities and they're excited about the opportunities for growth, and their neighborhood schools are really important to them. And most of them have met with board members, myself and Craig, to talk about what can we do next, help guide us in looking at our school size, and let's help bolster that. We also heard widespread that schools do help define a community, and that whole sense of neighborhood, whether or not it's your alternative school neighborhood, which is your neighborhood, it's the community where you all send your kids to school, or it is your neighborhood where you actually live. And that was really important. And we had citizens come in and talk about it's not just important for a neighborhood school or a school in your neighborhood. It's not just important for the kids and the families who go there, but it's also important for the citizens who may have children that live there or just live in that neighborhood and enjoy just that joy of children. The other piece is, it came up multiple times, and this was one of our problem statements, is to what degree are we trying to solve a budget problem over an enrollment problem, or how are they intertwined? In addition to that, there were questions that came up across the board about data. And Jeff spent a lot of time, I think, meeting individually with some of our citizens to talk about our enrollment data. And obviously, the slides that Jeff shared with you today, the CUSD number, there are actual numbers. So that data is accurate. It's on the California Department website. And we've had quite good luck, or I guess our projections have been pretty spot on. And we do carefully watch that. And our projections 1 or 2 years out, I think it's easier for our demographers to predict than when we're looking 24, 25, and beyond. We are seeing across the county the same types of declines. We're seeing, actually, we were able to gather a little bit of information information from private schools, and they're also seeing declines. Not necessarily our kids, because we still can't figure that out, but they're seeing decline in their enrollment in Santa Clara County. Another key point that came up was the community, doesn't matter which community, but your school community. Choice is important, whether or not a family chooses to attend their neighborhood school, whether or not a family chooses to open enroll to another neighborhood school, or whether or not they choose to open enroll to an alternative school. So our community values choice. And then this one sort of kind of contradicts. We've heard comments about, we've talked about this forever, let's make some decisions, you're going too slow, let's act. And others that have said, this is way too fast, this is new information for me, I want to be able to work with my community in regard to growth opportunities. So big picture takeaways, our enrollment data, and how far up can we really rely on the demography data that we're getting. Choice, absolutely important. And then the too slow, too fast, and the timing of decisions that the board will begin with. So I think, is there anything else, our board members, that you think that we're looking at when we look at this that we maybe missed, that you want to share before Craig takes you into the assumptions activities?
I think you, at least for me, I think you captured the key points quite well in this way. So.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, great. Do you want to sit there and
Yeah,
I'll bring the...
I'll just sit here and do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to stare at you. So yeah, checking assumptions. So we have a series of slides now that I do want to just check in, following up on the information that Leslie was just sharing, and that just keeping that in mind. A little bit on that to do a couple of exercises. Then right now, I just wanted to talk with all of you and check the assumption that these are some principles that do and should drive us moving forward. And in particular, KP form a committee that believes the direction we're going to broader community-wide committee to do some next steps to come up with a plan. Are these some things that you value and want to be criteria used in making a final plan or decision? So one is that always at the top is that excellence in learning, and development of a child. Our strategic plan, all of that, that's core. And in the end, it's not just about the money, it is in fact about that is what we will preserve always. That there is sort of an equal weight, if you will, given to choice and neighborhoodness, and some of this, and then in some ways it's the same thing, it's still choice. A lot of people choose to go, first and foremost, to their neighborhood school. For others, they choose to go to a school that they feel fits a very particular way of learning and teaching, etc. And so, one way or the other, we need to not have those compete against one another, but find a way for us to value both in an equal form, not one way or the other. Third is maximizing resources, that everyone expects us, as really the board, to manage the taxpayer dollar in the most efficient way possible. And to some degree, even if we had all the money in the world, we would still have to ask the question, are we most efficiently managing our money? We wouldn't just say, oh, it's okay to spend money that we maybe shouldn't be spending, right? So that never goes away, and we will always maximize our resources and manage them really well. And equity and fairness is important, that we don't have some schools that get to have certain services and programs that others don't. And we want to make sure that we have equitable outcomes for our students. And finally, that safety, and this is, by the way, I feel like now that it's a little bit, I don't mention it enough, that it is true that wherever I've gone, safety has been an issue in our community, and staff and raised it at various sites, that we want to make sure that we are paying attention to that. One problem we have is that a lot of the resolutions to safety issues are not in our purview. We don't get to change streets. We don't get to provide different routes to schools, and we need partners in the city and other folks to do that. So total control, but there are things we can't control, and that safety in our schools doing that. So these were very high-level driving principles that we would want to keep in front of us that matter to the board. So I want to check with you. What do you think of these? Are there some big picture? Obviously, there are a lot of small, but there are some big picture ones that you feel should be on that list that you value in having us come up with a solution.
I just have a question for the board about one of them. The notion of neighborhoodness. I agree with what Leslie said about neighborhoodness, not necessarily where you live, but the school community you're associated with, whether you chose an alternative school or a regular school. Do we all agree that that's what neighborhoodness means? It doesn't necessarily mean where you live? Or do we not agree with that?
I think what you're saying resonates with me. Home is where you make it live, right? And if the school that you're at becomes your home, it really is, becomes your village. But I would actually agree with that.
I'll make a few comments here. So I agree with all five of these. I recognize that number 4, equity and fairness, that could potentially be added to the holder. So I think that's just probably of the 5 up there, that's the one that we may all agree equity and not have the actual implementation of that. The other one that kind of caught my attention when I saw this list was number 2, about choice and equal weight, right? Because I think after your explanation, I think I understand what you meant by that. Because originally when I saw this, I think to myself, we have more neighborhood schools than alternative schools. We have more, we have caps on alternative schools. And so I think I know what you mean is we're not trying to bias one against the other, but if you look at sort of whatever other measures, one could argue that there are more resources on one versus the other. I'm not going to quibble over it other than, after your explanation, I think I understand what you mean, is that we're not really, as a board, not sort of biased towards preferring one over the other. I think that's really the right. Okay. So, yeah.
I have done some real soul searching, and I'll own it. I'll say that maybe it reflects my experience thus far in this district, but the character of our district is, at least in part, a reflection of the fact that we are unique in serving students and families from portions of 6 separate cities. And I know that, there was a time in this district where we had 5 schools. They went through a round of cuts sort of in the late 70s, early 80s, and then another round of cuts mid-80s, and yet we were still whole in the sense that we had an anchor school, at least one, in all 6 of our district cities. And I wonder if, I guess for me, I think of when a community is vested in a district, it's also because they're invested in their neighborhood school, and when a city is vested in their schools, there's a reason to have a relationship there. And I'm worried that if we don't at least place a little bit of value around doing some thinking around the way that notion of an anchor in each one of our district communities matters, does or doesn't set us up for maintaining the character of the district and maintaining relationships, giving our voters a reason to care about our district, giving our communities and our city councils a reason to care about our district, because we need them as partners. We need them as partners in our safety, we need them as partners in our financial stability, we need them as partners in caring about kids. So that's one area that I don't see in this list of assumptions, that I don't want to presuppose that it deserves any sort of weight as opposed to some of the these others, but I just feel like it's easy. I don't know if anybody else, if that resonates with anybody else.
As you said, I think number 3 is really important. Maximizing resources and managing valuing the environments. I think that goes with how the fairness is setting what Jill was saying in fairness, because I think as our school has the chance to probably get more, more truly the resources, and that is to probably learning all the resources. I think that balance is very important. And number 3 talks a lot about the budget, about the balance, about that.
You go to the next.
I think the only other thing that I would add for this is the importance of making CUSD be a place to work, which, as we talked about this afternoon, is one of our district priorities. And so, in terms of what we value, I think valuing our staff and the workplace environment, and the stability, and the ability to collaborate, and the ability to have a good to have all of the things that our staff, teachers, the ones that are working so hard to give that education to our students and provide what they need. I think that should be something that is part of our principles.
And if I could just, one other point that wasn't on there is around parental support, right? I think we're on track to get excellence. I think a lot of this is because of the support we enjoy from the parents. And so I think this is something that I value and I would be interested in just kind of seeing what it feels like that in terms of just, continuing to sort of looking at the level of support that we have from our parents.
I'm not hearing anybody argue about any of these, so I'm assuming everybody's kind of passed together. But if you have anything you want to add, please feel free to speak up.
Okay.
Okay. Good? All right.
All right, thank you for that. That's very helpful. So this is the assumption check on site school. We have basically put forth this notion of you have to have these 3 K every year, and we get to about 423, and that is a little bit, that we consider a small school, but it's still efficiently run, managed, these goes more or less. There's a sweeter spot of the, what people here average size being around 576, which is the 4 and 5 Ks rolled up through 5th grade. And that, it's okay to get a little bit higher than that. If a few that are in that 4.3 range, and some in the after 800, 820, that would be okay, but it would more or less average out to this 576. Going full well, even though we're at school at all, has a certain number there, we put a little bit of that. And that apply that to the middle schools, as we look at the elementary, we're trying to balance them in the way that they also end up balancing. We have Peter having balances to the middle school as well, and that we're trying to get our middle schools, the 5 of them, evenly at 1,000 to 1,200, and so 1,100 students per site. From an efficiency perspective, fairness, at middle school, you have a little leeway to be efficient. It's a little different from elementary. And if our schools are at least at 850, that's kind of considered a still manageable number that is relatively efficient. As you get below that, it's complicated. And we really don't want to, but we can get a little higher. I mean, we have had middle schools at 1,400 and more. But we don't really want to be there, but if we had to go a little bit above, that's fine. But once you get below that 850, that's not very efficient, and we have to ask questions about if it makes sense to have some middle schools if that's happening. So I really just wanted to have you kind of, is this assumption real? Because right now, honestly, from a staff perspective, since this has been on the table for 2 years now, a lot of what is driving what we need to do is about this. And so since we were not the original board that came up with that, I think it's important to
how these numbers compare to state California state averages or any sort of other benchmarks that we may have available?
I don't want to have to make up numbers, that says I didn't look at it. I can certainly say that from my perspective, having worked with or in hundreds of schools in the area, I would say, yeah, that is just pretty common. And districts that choose to get their schools, close to that 400 are making a choice to do that, and usually that's in some pretty small areas that just sort of get kids. It's a different thing. But certainly for districts of our size or even half our size, you would generally do this. And I do know that a lot of the districts that are closing schools right now anyway, they are trying to get into sort of that number that are higher. So any thoughts on this? Is this a fair assumption, more or less? And it doesn't have to be exact, but like generally speaking, or is this a good thing to help guide conversation going forward? Yeah. Okay. I'm going too fast. It's pretty tough.
So target for the average size of our elementary, the 576, which aligns with the 4 classrooms, and then we're saying the other way for a few schools to be smaller or larger. Would it be, how do you define few?
So I have, maybe the whole of it, I actually have a slide with us about it. Oh no, but that's not be in the there's one where I have, like if we had 2 or 3 of this size versus, so maybe if you want, if we're pulling it up right now, or, but the bottom line was, from my perspective, I was looking at 2 to 3 small schools being at 423, just like over 400, and 1 or 2 at max, that would be at 800, and then everything else would be 720 down to. It's just that I do think, especially on this, it will be hard to actually get to where every school is in, let's say, 4 or 5 grade. It's just there's too many mitigating factors that make it really hard to do that. And so I think you have to do some leeway to that. Just having it has to be X number. You always know, I don't think we want that. I think we're trying to build something that provides stability. And the original problem statement that we had, that we're trying to create a system that can withstand the ebbs and flows of enrollment, not come up with a perfect answer. Instead, right now, we have a system that does not do that. It can allow schools to get elementary school as high as 1,400, and it can allow schools to get as low as 300 like we have right now. There's no system there. We're not going to get you one number. That said, from an efficiency perspective, if we're thinking money, we do have to think about what are the right sizes for schools.
So as I'm thinking about just an assumption, then can you give, like, is it fair to say that an example, if that's what we go with, is it fair to say that an example might be something like, if when we're outside, if we end up outside of that, that would trigger monitoring and some sort of action list that would come with prioritizing transfer.
Right. I guess what I was saying, that would be in our discussions over the course of this school year, that would be something you would say, the plan that you bring forward, I would hope would address some of that. So that's what the A committee or staff would put forward for consideration, because you as a board say that's something you do.
Okay, that helps me. So if we keep that as an assumption, then that would be right.
Right. It would provide the assumption because it would provide those.
Okay, thank you.
More clarity on that, I think probably just to bang on that. Should we be probably saying that at least 2 classes is something that are 3 classes something that are something like that a number, and some can be, few can be smaller, we can have so a little bit more specific.
So, I'm pretty sure in the mitigating document that just put a little chart in there, I think that says that. Right there? Yes. So this is what I'm talking about, where I said that in the wording says this, that if you had 3 or 4 schools that are that size, I balanced off by, the 6 kindergartens, did he had 1 or 2 of them. So this was the first cut at that. Now, I'm not trying to get quite to that detail here today, but we would come up with something like this. Or maybe he said, well, we only want 1 instance where that would be fine. But that would come at a later date, but it's still being driven by that assumption, right? This is a way of checking. It's okay to have 1 or 2 in this area, we don't want a lot. Because we want most of them to be a 576 and after 720. So I'm not suggesting this is the right ratio, but it was a first attempt at giving a concept around that.
Forgive me if I'm not remembering all of the finishing here, but because I was in this committee, this is based on the assumption of 24 to 1.
Yes.
Full classrooms.
24 to 1, remember, 4 5s are actually at 33.
33. Okay, so that you build that assumption on full classrooms for all of this. This model is full.
Yeah, well, we're always building it on the assumption of 3 Ks, or number of Ks rolled up through 5th grade, staying more or less the same. And again, don't be too bogged down on the numbers, because it's almost, there will never be 576, although at our all schools we have that number, right? Because we're waiting this, or we're able to do that. At all the other schools, it's 10, down 10.
And that's part of why I'm asking. My concern here with using a specific number would be to imply that becomes a cut point, and I don't know that.
So, yeah, and so to clarify, throughout all these documents, I think it's pretty clear. It's not, there's no magic number, there's no exact number, that isn't the point. You have to go have a sense of saying, what sizes and how many do you want to have, because that will drive next steps. And so tonight, I just don't want to get too bogged down in that. The issue of answering the question, we're not trying to get exactly 5 cents and exactly 720. It would be great if we can get kids to show up in groups of 24, and then all of a sudden switch to 33 when they go to 4th grade out, because it doesn't work that way. And nobody's trying to pretend that it does. But you can come up with systems that help get as close as possible, including starting a full, there's a lot of things you can do. But we need to know for now, or to maybe develop it, that this idea, concept,
So you're checking for, so I got a little, I thought I understood and I got more confused.
I didn't do that.
It is me, I'm not thinking straight here, but it sounds like you're fungible on the number, 576, 536, but I understand that part. So what are we checking for being an opt-in? Because you put a number up there. Are we checking for a range, or are we checking for agreement that we agree there should be some number?
I think we're checking on really, I'm going to say that big picture is we want our schools to minimally, we define a small school as being at least 3 Ks that roll up more or less to get close to the 423, which is going to be a little over 400. Sometimes it's going to be a little over 423, and we have an extra class or something, and that's okay. But it's just saying that's a minimum. You really don't want to be bigger than 864. And we would really prefer to have most of them be in that 4K, 11 to 13. It wasn't a suggestion here that don't get too high with that. But it's conceptually really the idea of minimum 3, don't get necessarily get over 864, then you just start getting too big. And the committee can come up with various ideas, and you can say, I would prefer to be after that way. But minimally, it's kind of a 3 and 6. And there's saying we wouldn't want a lot of, we don't want a ton of threes, because that's not as efficient financially. And we certainly don't want a ton of schools that are above 864, that's not our goal.
So would you see that 3 as a hard limit? And the reason I ask this, because I have a feeling for us to solve these problems at the end, there's going to be a lot of different trade-offs that have to be made. There's going to be a lot of between school sizes and maybe class sizes. I don't know what all the different factors are. And I'm worried of starting to take options off the table. We can't touch this, we can't touch this. Schools have to be painted blue, and it has to be taught by people wearing dolphin outfits or something. I don't know, and pretty soon there's nothing for the committee to work on. So I think philosophically, I understand where this is coming from. I think, I've looked at what a national number of the national average is for school sizes, and they tend to be smaller than this, but I also recognize we're funded at the bottom 10, and so I should be looking at what we get in Massachusetts. So I think generally for me this is fair. But I'm just wary of saying, starting to take things off the table as in the committee cannot cross this line. Now, I also understand that if we left everything open, then you haven't made any reductions. So there's a trade-off there. I guess that's where I am with this right now. Is I see the operational efficiency argument. I see the sort of the need for doing this, and it's just almost philosophically, if we do task a citizens advisory group with sort of looking at this, I like to give them as many degrees of freedom, so they're trying to decide basically. There's a single slider and they're sliding it up and down, but there are opportunities to make trade-offs, and in particular, different neighborhoods may value different types of things, and just having that flexibility in there. So that's really my only sort of thinking about wanting to leave room later for the folks that are actually studying this in detail. But where I am, I get why we do this economically and all that, so don't have that. And so, anyway, so that's where I am right now.
Okay, so that, I get that. So it's not being too strict on exact who has to reach this, can't be bigger than, but be clear about target.
Yes.
I guess harder if a group doesn't have a pretty clear target.
I agree.
Which is how it's framed up here.
And I like the wording you had there where you said, here's our target, there's a little bit of leeway. What that means is we're not going to have 10 schools with three kindergarten classes, right? But it might be a possibility for one or two or something if there were other things. I guess I just want to sort of have the deal-making opportunity in there and not to take away all the options, then they can't really do anything.
Right, and so maybe you could consider, and if this is our target, when we do it for not hitting that target, are there other options?
Right.
That's another way to think about it.
Exactly.
Don't cut off the...
Right, and I think this is some of what Lori's getting at, is not having this cutoff number. I don't want to speak to you.
No, I think I'll go back to what you just said, which is what that makes me think is, I do go back to, I guess, I like this table that you actually have up right now speaks to me maybe more than say a number, because when I look at that, I can say, okay, we picked a band here that was the band that narrowed down at least, you know, you had a discussion earlier about equity, you know, everybody's going to define equity slightly differently, and yet there's this idea of, you know, looking out for each child individually in each one of our schools, and every child across the whole district. And part of looking out for every child is making sure that we're sort of in this band of distribution of our resources to really provide the same opportunities for all of our children. So, you know, some parameters around that, like this, that maybe, to your point, the not hard and fast of it is that there's another way to get there, but still, you know, within a band of equity, more equitable distribution of resources.
I like what Lori said about, I think I like this better too, sort of a distribution. So there's some flexibility to make trade-offs. It's sort of like this one, just a one.
Anybody else? Yes.
As I said, is it based on the current, the assumptions made here is based on the projection or the number of schools? Is it based on the projection for next 3 years, 4 years kind of thing, or is it based on the current enrollment? What I'm saying is, are we going to do an exercise similar to this again in the future, or the immediate future kind of thing? So we are putting a number or a rate, what we have to pay. So are we considering the future a foreseen time, right, rather than having a time?
So is this, you're asking?
Yeah, the assumptions, whatever we are doing here now, we are going with some proposal or the assumptions what we are doing. Because I know in your slide here, I saw that the middle school is going to be 900 and on after 3 years or 4 years. So what are we doing in that perspective? So when we are putting this kind of approach, are we considering a reduction or an enrollment change over a period of time, or with the current snapshot what we have?
Okay, so we can't solve for everything in the future, but absolutely the goal is, and this is what I was saying a little bit ago, that we're trying to come up with a system that will, be flexible to meet the demand of change. Because enrollment will go up, enrollment will go down again. It's going to happen. What we want is a system in place that allows you to react to that and withstand that, the impact of those ebbs and flows. So which is where it does get, it's important to hold the line somewhere. Because I'll just say, I've been doing this as long as I have, we would not be in this situation as a district if we had something in place that said it's not okay for schools to get to X size, whether it's too big or too small. We want to be clear about what we value both from a financial and from an educational perspective. And so we're trying to come up with something that is long-standing so that every 5 years you're not saying, oh, now what do we do? Now do we open school? Do we close the school? Let's put on the system that will withstand that. Right? So I hope that.
Yeah, that's all right.
I just wanted to put on the notion of the size of schools, and I do believe that there's enough flexibility built into that, but if we decide to go to the committee, they would have some flexibility. But another thing you said that resonates with me here is to make sure we don't tie the hands of the committee. And I think we did that last time. When we had the last CAC committee, the board came across and said, here's some things we don't want you to do. Well, for me, the recommendations that came from them weren't exactly what I wanted, but it wasn't really their fault. It was our fault because we didn't give them enough freedom to say what they really thought we should do. So I want to make sure that we're careful about that as a board, we don't dictate what the committee should say. So thank you for saying that.
Great. Can I go to the next? All right, so next was operational efficiency, I think. This one's pretty straightforward, that in order to operate most efficiently with the cost, the district has the resources as well as to support mobility program that consider teacher collaboration, professional development, their constant fluctuation of grade level, configurations to include on-again, off-again combo classes, and flexibility in configuring classes and balance with diversity. Diversity meaning the ability that kids don't end up being in the same class with kids for 5 straight years that they can't move them and say, these two kids should not be together, and we do have schools that are saying that they're in that situation right now, actually, where it's kind of hard and you don't have a lot of options for what then do we do for it. So I meant diversity broadly, and all sorts of diversity, really. So checking the assumption that there's operational efficiency that's budgetary, and there is that also that is in terms of collaboration with teachers, in terms of engagement of parents, in terms of volunteer base, for example. There's just a lot of things that play into it. We're just trying to think thoughtfully about that. How do you manage a school in order to be able to do all the things that you want to do? Does that make sense? What do you think?
So for me, this is, I agree with everything that's listed and value it very much. I guess I don't think about it so much in terms of operational efficiency. I think of this more as just best practices for a workplace and for a classroom. In terms of being able to provide professional development for our teachers, being able to provide programmatic opportunities for students and teachers
So the content is more or less okay, but it's
yeah,
not.
it's not. Yeah, it's learning environment, right? Right. It's the framing of it in terms of efficiency is not quite how I'm looking at it.
Right. Okay. I do think the slide is a little bit in reaction to the comments that Bruno had about, what do you mean when you say efficiency in running school? And I continuously said, well, and then you're saying it's cheaper to run it, but yeah, the little academic is part of it, but it's also programmatically, it is in collaboration and stuff. So I think I've tied it to, that's why I started in order to do this is actually operational efficiency matters, is what the assumption is, which includes being able to operate most efficiently in terms of costs, using all that. That's why it's in there, but I hear what you're saying, in a way, the educational programmatic, parent engagement, et cetera, teacher collaboration are not necessarily in and of themselves efficiencies.
Jerry's point earlier about parent engagement, we don't have, I'm trying to remember if there's a bullet somewhere else in here on that, maybe we need to add a bullet there to cover sort of volunteer-based parent engagement, sort of as other.
next iteration, in various areas, we need to remember, the strength of our community is having a very engaged community. There's an expectation of that. And so I think there's multiple places where we'll go back. But I don't even know if we'll use this particular slide moving forward, right? This is for our conversation today.
Okay, so one more thing on this slide. I'm not trying to get on my soapbox, but I would like the whole lot of combination classes we not mentioned there, because I think they're playing for this, and I think this makes it sound like they're not fun.
So, okay, I really do, I feel, I know exactly what you mean, and you and I talked about this. Both of my children were multi-age classrooms, and so I've always thought them out. There are a lot of wonderful teachers who absolutely love doing combo and or multi-age, and so absolutely it's not that. It is really, really hard. Teachers have expressed this. It is really hard when 1 year, in fact, when you do a multi-age, let's say, you usually get your kids to get rolling up. So all of a sudden you don't get those kids because next year you're a straight class or you're not a combo. And then the year after, and then all of a sudden you hire a new teacher, the teacher was hired to do first grade, and all of a sudden, oh, I have to teach a 1, 2, I'm not going to train to do that. But you're the one who does. It's not about whether it's combo or multi-age or not. It's the harmony and conflict and inconsistency. I thought I was going to teach this, now I'm doing that. I don't feel prepared to do that. How do you do that? I can just tell you, go to any school, you will hear this from our staff saying,
I think there's a way to manage that, and I'm not going to argue about it, you can leave it in. But I do feel strongly about us not making it sound like we're abusing kids if we put them in combination classes, because we're not. Just my 2 cents.
okay. I agree with you, honestly. So we will work on wording, but I just want to point out, originally it was written differently, but we tried to make sure that it's minimizing as a constant fluctuation. It's not, don't minimize, make a whole school multi-age, right? Make it all, right? And do that in your life. So that is a different thing.
So maybe you just say that. Maybe you just say minimize constant fluctuation in grade-level configurations and leave out the reference to combinations.
Yeah, again, I don't know that we're using exactly this going forward, and I hear the, so I don't know if we're submitting that one, but I understand behind it is, let's not ever give the impression that we think it is a bad thing or it's a punishment to do a multi-age or any of that, and I'm 100% behind that.
And then we have an entire school. It's based on combo classes, but many of them, right? Yeah. And then it's got a huge wait list. So I definitely agree with you that it's not a detriment at all. But to your point, I think when I see this, when I'm meeting is as a staff person, having to not have stability of knowing what their classroom's going to look like from year to year.
I like the combination of what you both just said, which is minimizing the constant fluctuation in configurations.
Yeah, because from my perspective, that can be intentional, build it into your system, because you can do multi-age without having anything to do it because you didn't have enough kids.
Right.
We had to do it. And if you're in a school where, well, generally, if you have enough kids, we're not going to do it, that's where the rub comes. But absolutely, be intentional about it. And even if you have perfectly balanced classrooms, maybe you want to think about doing a K1 and doing some teaching and still doing that. So I think we're all on the same page on this one. And I'm glad you're raising this point that that's not treat multi-age combo as negative anymore. So, very good. So if you go okay with this one, I get to have to change, but in terms of the kind of guiding principles for aided days, yeah?
Good.
Yes. All right. So that's it. All right. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. We're going to do a little thing fair share. And everybody in the audience gets to do it as well and connect with one another or take a break. So what I'm asking you to do is take about 5 minutes and maybe a little bit more. I'll check in with you and we'll take out a computer or a paper pencil and write down, as you sit here today, thinking about all the conversations you've heard. We're 2.5 months into these conversations. what are you thinking about? What are the four big things that are coming up that you either worry about or you're hopeful about, that you think might be challenging, or just what's on your mind right now? And after you do that, I'm going to have you partner up with somebody to talk about that and share with each other those ideas. And when we do that, I'm going to give you the next conference. So now just take a little time a little break to write about that. What's on your mind as you sit there?
For the housekeeping, eventually house provisions, the common charts are with Renee, and restrooms are back in this corner. And if you do choose to go through any of these exercises with us and want to share them, again, board at csck.org would be our email address.
You're supposed to go to the box. Yes, it is, yes.
take this like another minute, does that sound about right? Roughly an hour, maybe 2 minutes. Okay, about a minute. Okay, yes. Okay, if we can, I go on and we're going to get back to talking in just a second. I do want to say that we have 4 requests so far, and so as soon as we finish the next part and then part 3, the share out, then we're going to listen to anything that that's in the new part. For right now, what I am going to ask is that you partner up with somebody next to you, and Sylvia said she's willing to, if there is a great community member that is willing to connect with her and do a share if you did this exercise, that would be great. So we're going to find out who will do that. I'm sure they'll all come running up to do it, but we'll find out. So what I'd like you to do now with your partner, you can just share what you wrote there, but we do want you to think a little bit about, I used to think this, and now I'm thinking like how have you shifted from 2.5 months ago, maybe how you were thinking about things versus where you are today. Or I feel we really have to do blank. You have something burning that just have to put out there that, from my perspective, I just think we really have to do blank. Feel free to say that, or I'm conflicted, or I feel like I need to be cautious about anything like that. Just share that with that partner. We're going to do another, give maybe 3 or 4 minutes for each of you to have a turn to do that, or go back and forth in your pick. It would be great if people out there did the same thing with each other, but if there's anybody, even if there's a couple of people that would do that, it's still be fantastic. Anyway. Come on.
I'm so scary.
There. Yeah. All right, so dive in, and so I'll check in 5 minutes, and we'll probably do more like 8 minutes.
You don't want them to put their kids. I know her.
That's why I get the four.
If you have each had a chance to say something, trade off, or just make sure that you heard from each other, and take another maybe 2 minutes on that or this.
Are they a couple or are they just random? I'm like, oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, art really do teach us combo.
I could do that. I could do that.
Correct.
I could rip paper and do
Art philosophy as a district. Yeah.
Really? If you did it, oh, look at those. Oh, I love that one too. I love number 3. Oh, those are number 5. Yes. No. We should do and make ourselves like mice or something. Do mice. No, not
I just gave everybody the 2 minutes warning. Do it.
Do you want Renee's time? because it almost works. Oh no, she gave it back to me. I love it.
Renee gave Jeff that broken chair.
Jeff, is that your broken?
I'm told
I'm sitting.
I totally gave the chair to you.
But you did.
Actually, I didn't know it was your seat, but I took these two.
Was that before or after you saw the tag out here in front?
It was before, because she was setting the tags up as we were.
So I just drew up
But then I went like this. This is broken, Bowman.
Yeah.
We moved those tables so
It's
many
lowered
times.
on me. I feel it when I shift, it kind of creaks. I'm like, it's gonna happen. And I won't go
Don't
down
leave
gracefully
that.
like Leslie did. I will hit the ground.
I have been meeting day for 2 days for you to ask me.
But I don't need to.
Jeff,
Mine's coming back though, by the way, 'cause I just got second round.
FYI, because what did I say? What did I say to you? I said, excuse me.
Hey, aren't they coming tomorrow to look at the furniture? Because I had broken furniture. Or is that next week? I saw it on the calendar somewhere.
It's coming up. I don't know when.
It was on the
Tomorrow?
boardroom calendar.
Jeff, don't move around with that chair. I don't want you to go
Maybe if
on
it's
your lap.
out, if it's embarrassing enough, I'll just because I can't recover from it.
All right.
I won't be able to get up either.
Here we go.
I won't recover ever.
All right. Everyone would mind that hear from the board here. All right. And then after we do a little bit of sharing, just hearing from each other, we'll take the concept. Okay, very good. So I'm just going to leave it open-ended, and you get to be as bold in your statements as you want to be, or you get to be cautious or whatever. That's something that is just sort of on your mind, what you talk about, and what you feel like you just want to put out there, partially mostly for one another to know, but also so that you know that's where you're kind of looking at. So who wants to go first? Who's going?
I'll go first. I'll take it. So mine, as I sit here today, started with actually sharing out sort of it's not so much an I used to think, but I think originally when I was approaching this as a problem statement of my own head, it was a lot about the details, the numbers, the data, and we were down at CSDA together and we attended a session, and one of the experts on the panel said, very almost at the time it landed a little bit cliche to me, and then I really started internalizing it. And it was a statement around, do you value the people or do you value facilities? And it set me off on sort of this chain of thinking that was around, my starting statement was, as I sit here today, I'm thinking about kids and thinking about our staff and thinking about our people. And how do I direct our resources towards sort of the kernel of what we do, which is that learning moment in the classroom. And it is the people of the child who's the learner, and it's the teacher, and it's all of the people in the support staff and facilities and all of that builds out around it. And it's the programs that we offer, and it's the physical facility, all is a big hub around that kind of core kernel of that learning moment between that student and that teacher. And so if I think about my priorities, and then the other statement that I reflect on is Bill Livingston, who was former superintendent of public education, has a very famous sort of mantra that she lived by, which was, your budget should be a reflection of your values. And so if I think about that kernel and that learning moment and all of the support and the hub that builds up to it, all the way out to physical walls and spaces, and prioritizing our value there. My value is core relationships and people, and that learning moment. So that's sort of where my thinking on all of this starts.
Anybody else?
I'll go next, I guess. No, it is now, since I was sharing this with Chloe. So as I really sat down and thought, they're actually bombarded by a lot of thoughts. But the main one is actually, I'm actually very grateful to be here in this situation. Because I had a mentor at work a long time ago when I started who told me, if you have a problem, don't just fix it. Because if you just fix it, you basically got back to where you were before and you just spent a lot of energy. If you have a problem, use that opportunity to get yourself in a better state. Right, and so I just, despite all the challenges we have here, I'm actually, if I think about it, I love working with this board. I think we all work very well together. I think we have a great administration led by a capable leader. And then, as I listened to the community the last 5 or so meetings, I sense that people take pride in our schools and that people recognize their issues. And I see hear a lot of, how can I help? How can I pitch in and help? Right, so I think we have an opportunity here to sort of perhaps even solving our problems and maybe make some structural changes that can make the district better for the future kids to come. So I think that's one part of it. And then I moved to this district 9 years ago, right? As my oldest daughter started kindergarten, she's in 8th grade this year. And then I think back to the childhood she's had, and then all the dinner conversations we've had. Because Mr. So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so did this or said that or bought in a hamster and all that kind of stuff. And then I think about multiplying that by 16,000, right? And I think that the kind of choices and actions we make here, impact 16,000 plus learning experiences and all those dinner conversations. And so I feel this is real responsibility, I think, keeping on to what Lori's saying, to really at the end of the day, do right by the students. And then there's, I guess, a part of me that's just now starting to think about potential different trade-offs, which I try to tell myself not to. This is the engineer in me who wants to jump in and solve something without really looking at everything first. But so that's where I am right now. But I think I am really, I'm happy to, well, not happy, but I guess I'm grateful, as the term here, to be working with you all on this, on some of the challenges we have going forward.
I know what I said of very great. So I think the success of our district is actually based on the effective utilization of the resources. So I think the equity fairness, everything comes into play what we discussed, and especially when we are having a district which is not balanced very well in terms of our distribution of big areas of the overall resources per se. So I think this is a great opportunity in front of us. And we haven't put up a new target from that point. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, I think there is an opportunity that we can lead it and to do the right thing for our kids. I think the equity and fairness is very important, and I think we are here for that. And definitely, the sense and everything which you showed in the first part of it, I think our district is really very good. But for us to ensure that we are continuing to do this the same level, we need to have a balance. And this opportunity should be set there.
So I think the same mantra or key idea being that Lori had a system with in terms of really prioritizing people and programs over property. And that's a value that we have. That it's really our people, our staff, our team, our teachers, our students, our parents, our community that is more important. And as the conversation kind of shifted from an enrollment budget to all these other things that get rolled into it, the word that keeps coming up in my head over and over again is stability. And the ability for us to create a stable environment for the students, for our staff. Like I think Steve said earlier, so that we're not having the same conversation 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And so I think that's kind of the word that's been resonating.
I share a lot of what we, oh, thank you.
I share a lot of what all of you said, and Peter McNamara and Sylvia said, and what you said earlier, Laurie, I think this is an awesome responsibility to make this decision, whatever it is we're going to make. I'm feeling the weight of that. But I think we have to not only think about today's kids, but think about the long range effects and not coming back in 2 years and having the same conversation. One of the slides that Jeff showed tonight that really resonated with me is the one that shows what the costs are for the various sizes of schools. And we've got to fix that in some way. We've got to make that more equitable and more efficient use of our taxpayers' money. I don't have a firm picture in my mind of how that's going to work, and I'm glad I don't, because I think we need to depend more on maybe a committee if that's where we decide to go. But I really appreciated over the last several months the feedback we've got from our community at the community meetings. I think people have been honest, respectful, not always complimentary, and that's fine. But I appreciated hearing all those comments, and I also appreciated the comments from all of you, and working with you has been great. So, I guess in a way I'm looking forward to moving ahead, but it's a little scary. Thank you.
So, before we take comment, is there anything still like burning on your tip of tongue or top of mind that you think would be a good thing to put out on the table at this point, or you want to more turn after we hear from people, turn more toward the process going forward?
Can we do public comments and then do one more check-in if that stirs any other?
You're the president.
All right. So I'm just going to take them in the order that they came to me and turned in. So Deb's daughter.
Can I just talk from here?
Do we need
No.
we need it all?
No, that's fine.
Sorry.
That's right.
Sorry.
Have your picture taken, Debbie.
Your voice will be, it'll
My voice carries, believe me.
The teacher will don't pick up on the video. They won't see you guys, they'll just hear
Oh,
you.
they'll just hear, oh, sorry. There you go. So I'm Deb Stoddard, and I'm back. I live in the West Valley attendance area, so I'm a taxpayer in this district. I'm a teacher in this district, and I'm a voice in the trenches. Thank you for including the community stakeholders in your information gathering. I'm hopeful that you'll consider the next step sooner than later to manage declining enrollment and budget. $10,000 a day as a taxpayer is really overwhelming. It's important and soon. There's a lot of angst in the community right now over what might happen, and it's real and it's growing. Rumors are abounding, with raising speculation and anxiety from our parents. We as teachers have no answers, and we're trying to pass a measure for additional funding in the midst of all of this. The district can't afford to pay for all that we'd like to have, nor the way that we want things to be. Please do not wait to act. We can't. Make the decisions. Expediency and transparency are critical for our community and for us, your employees. The community's waiting for decisions, not another committee or study group. Moving forward towards the optimal school size of about 600 is the fiscally responsible path forward. How we get there is where many tough decisions will have to be made. To act is not fiscally responsible, as the current budget cannot cover what it costs to run and maintain our facilities and pay our employees. As a taxpayer, and as a teacher, and as a mom, I'm asking you to use our tax dollars to provide the very best for our students. And I'm asking you to make hard decisions that need to be made. No one's going to like them. How are you going to spend my money? And how are you going to maximize our student goals? In this presentation, I felt left out. I felt as a staff member that what do we value? Hopefully you value us more than that presentation reflected. Thank you.
Okay. So I should have said thank you. So we're doing 3-minute comments tonight. So next I have Samantha. Oh yes, so Renee has a timer, and she will be letting you know
And just a note to the broader audience, I don't claim to have all the answers, know it all. So if we disagree on reviews, please come talk to me afterwards, because I think it's super important that we all feel heard. I'm concerned with the budget shortfall for our district. The ways that I see that in Nimitz is that we don't have a vice principal this year for a school of over 550 students. Our librarian has been there for quite a while, left earlier this school year because her hours were cut almost in half, and our library is open for a few hours 3 days a week. I see that as being something that's really important. Something so like basic as literacy, that shouldn't be where we make cuts. Not to mention, teachers are so important. The year my boys were in kindergarten, the year after that, I guess, I've been talking with one of the teachers, and they can't afford to live here. Frankly, I can't afford to live here, but we make it work. We have really wonderful teachers at our school and in our district, and I'm really worried about our ability to retain them and our programs that we don't make some serious changes, hard changes, so that we can have that funding for teachers who spend all this time with our children. So I see that a combination of school consolidation, shifting school boundaries, and maybe looking at other district facilities, district office, teacher resource center, making sure that we're maximizing those resources, not cutting them, but making sure that the space that we're using is fully utilized. We cannot afford to have low enrollment schools that don't fully utilize the campus and those administrations. That said, I'm also curious to know how much money would come from consolidating schools and how that would affect the budget. I feel like those would be helpful numbers to know. I don't think that would be the only solution to the budget. I am prepared to have my kids go to a different school because I think what we're going for is having the money to make the schools that we keep open really great. So I encourage you, I don't want to have any schools feel like they're being thrown under the bus because they may be closed or going somewhere else. So we have to help them feel involved and put real resources behind making those transitions. But I think that is for the best for our current students.
Thank you for our future. We have to end with a thank you so much. Okay, I have Kathy Lee.
So really that was just a comment. It wasn't really comparing anything to speech.
Okay, so if you want to just go ahead and write your comments to the board to the email address, and then that's great, just to translate this to the five of us, all at once. We can see the documents. Okay, and then I have Maureen and Denise.
Try.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. Denise and I are both fourth grade teachers at a small school, and we wanted to share how powerful it is to be in a small school where the kids are best friends, and we're both fourth grade teachers with 33 students. They're best friends in each other's classes. The parents tell us that they love having playdates because they know everyone. For staff collaboration, we do it every day. Our whole staff, we are great friends, and I think that, on a human level, the scope for miscommunication is less when you have a smaller staff because you can talk it out. Of course, you have to make hard decisions, but we as teachers and as teaching staff, our kids went through the group community in the school district. So we're parents as well as teachers. We do believe in this lovely district. And regardless of the outcome, I'd like to say that money should not be the only driving factor, and that we live in Silicon Valley with all these multinational companies, And if we were given chances as communities to try to fundraise or drive, if the need is that great, I think it would happen if the urgency was communicated to the community. And so just to keep an open mind, we love our district and we would like it to work for us, small or big. Thank you.
I also wanted to say the benefits of the small school. I appreciate that you're keeping it open, the idea that there could be smaller schools and larger schools. Everything that Molly said is just really true. There is a place for the smaller school community. People do really know each other and value each other, collaborate. So some of the comments that were there earlier on your slides about benefits of having larger schools, I felt like kind of were contrary to some of the things that we see in a smaller school, and I wanted to make sure that point was made to everybody here, because there are a number of smaller schools that I think would feel the same way.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, so I said I would move back and see if anybody had anything else they wanted to share out on or reflect on.
But a broader thing that might be that is what resonates with me right now is that anxiety that's sitting out in our community about, well, we're trying to go through a long process because we want to be diligent and listen and be thoughtful and have a community and everything. And so, and maybe premature, which is fine, and we'll hold on, but I do wonder if there are things that we might be able to do to alleviate any kind of anxiety that people might have, and are there any aspects of what we're considering, or is that a process that, in terms of process and timeline, might there be a sooner time that we could address some of the areas that we know are stress points for many people in our community in the state? Can we just try to get at those somehow? Because I do feel like there are some people who there are people who have anxiety, and I totally get it given the conversation, and there are others who have it, and I don't know if there will be an impact, and so if there's any way for us to try to address that, I do think it's better for the community somehow, instead of waiting until the end of the school year, because we're not going to be done with this till the end of the school year. So, I don't know your thoughts.
So I'll go back to, how about I say, can we do a round on I'm conflicted or cautious about, and I'm sorry, do a round on I'm conflicted or cautious about, and maybe we can reflect on Craig's questionnaires to, are there things that you're conflicted or cautious about in any of what's come so far, or the public feedback that you want to address? If there are alternative schools come up. I'll start. I am cautious about the notion of moving forward with a citizens advisory committee without giving a few parameters. And I'm sensitive to Jerry's point about, and Phyllis's point, about not wanting to take things off the table. But I also definitely hear from our community, particularly we've heard a lot from our parents at our alternative schools, that there is fear around whether or not, and I think it's actually, I'm trying to remember where it is in the presentation, maybe it's in the other set of slides, or not slides, but the other, what do we call it, mitigating document. But, oh, here it is, on the last one around, we're not there yet, but the idea that we utilize alternative schools to help solve our enrollment imbalance, and then we need to maximize resources. And I guess I'm wondering if there's interest from the board in things in having any sort of, if there's any sort of consensus around the idea that we are prepared to consider consolidating or rather, maybe I should propose it the other way. I'm not interested in not continuing to have the alternative programs we have now in this district, and I guess.
To not continue that.
Yes, I'm interested in continuing to have all of the alternative programs that we have in this district. My double negative. I'm a teacher's nightmare. I'm not a teacher. This is hard. I said earlier, these are hard conversations, and we can do hard things, so I'm trying to do hard things here. So I'm interested in sort of putting that out there, that I am interested in saying that part of the character and core of this district is that we have choice programs, and I am interested in seeing those choice programs stay. That doesn't mean that there might not be room within the CAC to look at aspects of size or maybe location, but the continuing existence of our alternative programs.
I echo exactly what you're saying, but I have one more thing to add to that. I think all of our alternative programs should have every campus. And I don't know where that would be. I don't know if it would be in the current location or if we can balance it all in another way by moving into a different location. But the notion of alternative programs sharing a school with another school, I think should go away.
I would agree with both of those sentiments. I think sometime around late December was when I think first people started asking me why do we want to close alternative programs. And we hadn't talked about it. It just sort of like appeared one day. I don't think it was it wasn't on my table. It just sort of appeared when we started getting emails about it. But I think I very much value the alternative programs we have here. I echo Phyllis's sentiment that I think they should have their own campus. I think that's their challenges and it's just good. So that despite what I said, and I do believe in that, and giving the CAC options, I'm comfortable with that being one of the alternatives. There's agreement. Hopefully, not there's agreement on the board. I think if anyone's feeling comfortable, we should not, right? I think if there's unanimous consent, then
I completely agree. I think both my kids are on alternative programs actually for you. And I really enjoyed that. And I think the fact that the number of weeks listed in that shows our community values the alternative programs. And I think we should not even think twice on that. And definitely we should focus on that. And I think this could be one other way for us to attract more enrollment as well. Actually, we insist on that.
what do you think, Sylvia?
Yes, to all. I think especially with regard to how alternative schools impact enrollment, it was interesting for me to learn in the beginning that actually they contribute to some of that problem because of the imbalance, because they take students away from their own neighborhood schools. But then to also find out, well, actually, the alternative schools were in part created to help keep families in the district instead of going to private schools. And I think that's not something that we can take too lightly, that there is a value there for the district, but also very importantly for the parents who value choice, value the opportunity to have different kinds of educational philosophies in their own district.
And I want to reflect back on my own stumbling through it, but none of that to take away from the fact that I value, my two children went through our neighborhood schools and how our housing and had a wonderful experience. And I deeply, deeply value our neighborhood schools, and I went to one of our neighborhood schools, actually two of them, at Buchanan Middle School, and I will say that I went to our schools in the era of redistricting, the last time this district passed schools. And, the neighborhood that I went to school in was closed the year before I was supposed to go to kindergarten. So, I went to a neighborhood school that has become the neighborhood school of my, the community that I grew up in. But our neighborhood schools are our neighborhood schools because of the people who are in them now. I'll go back to the people in that learning movement and all of the support that goes around that from our staff and our parents and our community and our physical facilities as well. So value is a tough word for me in that one, but by the same notion, I hear all five of us kind of saying the same thing, which is perhaps as we are continuing into next steps here, that's something we all share, is that we're all interested in seeing our existing choice program stay, and I would echo what Phyllis says. I think we treat all of our schools as the individual schools that they are, with the exception of one alternative program that shares with one neighborhood school, and they both deserve our individual consideration.
Right, so all of that fits within the criteria that we put forth, and everybody has expressed an interest both in the notion of choice schools matter in this community, and there's not really an appetite of the board to somehow do away with any alt schools, and what we would give to the A committee, what we need to talk about is that what we would say is that what up here, number 2, very roughly was a part of the job might be to develop scenarios that utilize alternative schools in a plan to help solve the problem. But we're not giving them to include potentially closing them, but that's not. I just don't think that there's a will for that, and or that anybody can stop at that in a way makes sense for all the reasons we've heard from the community. So is that accurate?
Everybody okay with that? Yes.
Is there anything else like that we ought to clarify? I mean, one of our bigger ones that's out there creating anxiety, certainly I hear from alternate schools quite a bit. Yeah.
Another thing that I think we need to think about, all of our conversation about balancing enrollment has pretty much been around the elementary schools. We haven't talked too much about the middle schools. But some of the stats we saw tonight show that our middle schools are significantly too over the next few years. So if we're really looking out to solve this problem in multi years, I think we need to make sure that we're considering middle schools as well as elementary.
Right, and the committee would do that. There was a list of things they would have in front of them. Whatever that plan is, it has to also solve for the right size for.
Yeah, because as these middle schools are getting, elementaries are getting smaller and they roll up to the middle school.
Right. And some of that may not happen without doing a little bit of rebound or, rezone.
Exactly,
So that
yeah,
has
those
to
are
be-
things we have to be
Great. All right. I think time-wise, probably we should move on. I don't know if you... Well, but is there anything else? I'm sorry, I didn't cut that off. If there's anything else like that that we can sort of declare anyway now, then that's great. Otherwise, the rest is built into the criteria and all the conversation that we've had so far. And our next step, the next one was to do this. I don't know if we need to, but I think when we address it up front, but if you just take a quick minute to reflect on this problem statement and, does it still make sense? I think Jerry made a point that really there's only one core sentence within this, and is the actual task, if you will, and the rest is contextual, I guess, to that. We can work on this, we don't need to do this right now, but is there anything that stands out as doesn't make sense anymore, or are we kind of on par with that?
So given that so much of our conversation tonight has focused, and I think all of us share different aspects of people and impacts to some of these decisions we're making on our kids, our staff. And it may be that the right answer is to say that this very, because it's a problem statement, this very literal enrollment and budget language, but
Yeah.
I don't know if we need a value statement in here,
Well,
or is the value statement
Right,
separate?
so
from the
what
policy?
about this, so we have, we're gonna have a committee, and we got a steering committee already on that group, and 2 more members are on that steering committee, maybe we could, task that to that steering committee to do that next step, depending on what we put the value, how do we do that? I feel like the great use of right now would be, let's talk about the process, we have a committee, how's that constituted, and kind of get that down, and I feel like I have a lot of really good feedback and information about how to move forward with all the criteria that we talked about. But what we really need to do is nail down that process and timeline. And then I feel like the committee can probably take it from there.
So as long as we're talking, process and timeline and yes, absolutely. Correct.
Can I just get that real quick with regard to the problem statement, if you scroll back up? The geographical areas, that's the last sentence. I guess I'm curious what the rest of the board thinks in terms of how geography is or is not related to criteria. Percent criteria. Right, maybe a little bit more explanation about this, or what are we talking about?
So this is just saying that it's not like across the entire district we have this problem. We basically have a couple of key areas where the smaller schools reside. It's not broadly across the entire district, which makes it seem targeted to certain communities, which certainly would be the intent. Now, I don't know that that will still be a part of the problem statement. That was just some of the things that committee over many committees over many years that we keep coming back to. When we try to solve it, it's really geographically specific. And sometimes that geography is bounded by some busy streets, which also makes it complicated. So it's just in that you can't ignore the geography of the situation. It doesn't mean that that's not necessarily a problem statement, it does make it harder to solve for certain things. But I appreciate the question because I do think the committee going forward, over time, you do have to talk about some things about geography and some schools in particular, which we will do. So I still say my view is that next step on problem statement is let the steering committee work on it and we'll come up with something, bring it back in our next meeting or whatever. Keep working on it. So that might be you process another. I think last thing you were going to go over having been able to talk with the superintendent of Oak Grove and she put together just some ideas that came from that conversation. We thought we would throw it out so we're not just starting from scratch, and then we can talk about what we like about the process, what we don't like, what we would do differently, etc. So.
Great. Actually, from board members and from community members, they recommended, or is this on? They recommended or reflected on asking us to take a look at the Oak Grove process. Their specific charge was closing schools, but the way their process was formatted, the committee, the stakeholders that were part of it, and transparency. So it possibly is a different charge, but we were encouraged to look through the process. So I did actually have a chance to talk to the superintendent. And, one of the things he said, hard decisions, really tough decisions. And it's so critical to spend time listening, engaging in conversations, educating and re-educating. And so a lot of the work that they did prior to making a decision about the specific charge actually are the things that Wendy Godalowitz and Craig have done for years in regards to educating the community. And sometimes feeling like a broken record, like we've talked about this, and he says you're never going to be done talking about it, and making sure that everyone is informed. Some of the things that he brought up in our conversation is they had a similar committee, like we do, a superintendent's steering committee. And their board felt that it was important as they were going to begin engaging in these conversations and making decisions and setting priorities was to create a larger subcommittee. And that was actually a board committee. Because of the decisions they were making as a district, they actually used the CDE guidelines to help them determine what are the kinds of things that we want to look at, what should our committee composition look like, what should our process be, how do we unite around this. So he did say, even though he's willing to talk with us through the process, he says the CDE has a really, really great process outlined. Their subcommittee actually had 38 members. They worked for 16 weeks straight. They met every week. They were tasked with making a recommendation to the board by around March, but they actually ended up finishing in January. So they worked from October through January, and then implemented the decisions for the following fall. Their committee, actually, and this is the way CDE recommends, is that you do some sort of parent from each school. In Oak Grove, they chose to use their parent advisory committee, their district advisory committee, as recommended by the CDE. They had members from all of the unions, so we had teacher representations, SEIU, and CSEA. They had business partners and community members. They had principals from each of those feeder groups or alternative schools. Their structure is a little bit different. So, one of the things is you look at feeder patterns and principal representation. And then they did have the two board members sit on it, and they happened to be the same board members that sat on their steering committee, like our superintendent's committee. They identified a facilitator. Actually, they identified 2 facilitators, and what he felt the value of something, a process like that, does allow for staff to be there to present information and not be seen. He felt that they're there to present information, and similar to what other districts do, have I want to say unbiased or perceived unbiased individual facilitating. It's been done successfully both ways. What they ended up doing is they chose 2 retired individuals from their district, and it worked well. The thing that he felt was critical was the charge, making sure that the board, when they set forth to make a determination on having a committee, if that was what we chose, is making sure that the committee knew exactly what they were responsible for, what your principles were, what your values were, and what those parameters that you were going to set forth for them. So I think that's pretty much it, unless you have some additional questions that I may or may not be able to answer.
Just a clarifying question, Leslie. So the facilitator is someone with knowledge of the district but not associated with the district. I just want to make that.
Right.
So it wasn't a staff member.
It was not a staff member, yeah.
And then the fact that this is a board subcommittee means that they will be meeting under the Brown Act.
Correct. And that was very, very critical to the board. Yeah, in Oak Grove.
The charge, I guess, that they were given, was it quite literally like we need to choose 5 schools to close and we want you to, we're charging you to decide which 5, or was it more open?
It was more open, but the charge was to look at the consolidation process and to reduce the number of schools. I want to say it was 2 to 3. I have to go back and look at their website. Yeah, I think it was 2 to 3. And what their committee ended up doing is they created they used the board's guidance and their principles to determine how to, they created a chart where they looked at each school compared to a variety of criteria. And then made a recommendation from that. Yes.
Okay.
I have what goes right here, it was 3 to 4 schools.
3 to 4. Yeah.
I don't know if they landed there, but that's...
Right.
No, that was the committee recommendation. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be 4 schools.
And I think, yeah.
Just one more question. What was the process for choosing the specific individuals from these different groups who serve on the committee?
So the only one he really talked with me at length with was in regards to the parent representatives. So I'm not sure how they chose labor groups, and whether or not it was the president or vice president, or they voted amongst themselves. So they had one parent representative from each school, and they used their district advisory council parent because their knowledge of the school, their knowledge of the process is a group that is already formed and meets together regularly. The challenge was making sure that they had a commitment from all of them to work in this condensed amount of time for, how many every week, 16 weeks. There was one school where the assigned district advisory representative was not able to make that commitment. And so, like the school site council does, is they elected or nominated another person. He felt the value of it is it tends to be families that are pretty well connected in the community. Anyways, they have the pulse and the understanding of the community needs, and they've probably been part of many of those conversations in regards to budget, enrollment, district priorities.
Okay, so if we can leave this up and then just go through this a little bit, I think it might be the best use of our time for us to give a perspective or opinion on various parts of this, add to it, tweak it, and not go all the way to a total design, but let this steer in the current superintendent committee, which includes 2 board members, to flesh it out and say more of what we just hear, generally speaking, the kind of committee we would want if we want one. We have to establish that, which I think we do. I heard that from pretty much everybody that we should do that. So number one, I would recommend, and I feel like I need a superintendent's committee that is steering the process, but it's really the larger community group that is doing the work and making recommendations there. But I'm going to need that, frankly, some kind of steering group that is some portion of representation of that. So are you okay with that? No, that's steering committee, superintendent committee.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but I think the large committee should be working.
Yes, and that's what I said.
Okay,
So,
all right.
but the superintendent committee, I'm just saying, that there's a steering committee. There are things that are logistical that you have to deal with, ongoing. To say, well, how do we have group managers, what they came, what are we going to do, what do we bring to the board? I don't want to do that with 60 people on a row trying to figure that out.
I just think for transparency, if the large committee is working, if it's noticed, everybody gets
Right.
an
So, okay,
agenda.
let's not go to that. So that's the steering committee, that is the superintendent committee.
Right.
Now, number 2 is this larger, but they call it a subcommittee. It's a subcommittee of board, but you would call that a board committee subject to the Brown Act. They're recommending it would be a parent from each school, member from each labor group, so something kind of like that. I guess I would just say, does that resonate with you, that would look kind of like that? Is anything missing? A stakeholder group that isn't on there that would be on this board committee.
How many business community partners would you have among?
I don't know. Yeah. I guess I'm trying to balance out. Once you get over like 60 people on a committee, it's hard to get work done, right? So I think I would just more come at it from, well, it's probably good for every school to have at least 8 parent representatives, not 2, right? And so we just have to do the math to try to keep it under the 60.
Right, it's just that every line on there, right? I know how many schools there are, I know how many labor groups there are, I know how many principals there are, but I don't know how many business and community partners we have. So I like to get a number on there, whatever it is, just that there's some of them.
I guess, my thought is, because again, there's a mathematical thing to it, so I would say probably a couple. Not large, because for any community, it can help be representational. Whereas, our parent community, they're the constituents.
Right.
So I don't know, something like that. As many we can get in and still fulfill the other ones, right? Because it is problematic if you have 2 community members from every elementary. We're 50 already, right? So that's a challenge. Yeah.
So define, business community, your A potential would be like a representative from, let's say, one of the chambers, and maybe a representative from a community organization that's active in the community, I don't know.
Yeah.
Rotary
Rotary.
Legal Way Voters or
Yes.
something like
Right,
that.
and I'm trying hard not to go into, so what groups are we talking about, right, at this point, but yes, it would be something like that.
If you,
But yeah.
if you do the math with everybody except the business and community members, you've got 35 people. If you assume one parent from each school. I think that computes. So Stacy just whispered in my ear,
What about business or partner from one from each city?
Yeah, I think there's representation from each city, maybe beyond. I don't know if that would be beyond a parent from each school. I guess not all of our schools, obviously, all of us, so.
So what I'm wondering is, without making a decision, if the steering committee were to, again, I don't want to hear the ideas and not get too bogged down. That's why I'm trying to get to specific numbers, because I feel like if you understand what is your will, you know, what is it, do you want this committee to be broadly represented, so saying, well, what about cities? Because you could say businesses that are partnering with schools in all of jurisdictions, but if you don't have one, you force that, et cetera. But if you understand the idea of it, then I feel like a small group can come up with that.
I know you suggest this, but I do have two wonders here. One, is there a role still for Steve here? And two, a role for what Steve still here? And two, when we're saying each school, are we saying, I guess I would prefer to have a representative from both Marcus and as well as Clark.
So, you want us to consider what about CUSD 25 coalition, because they're working together now, et cetera, and should there be representation? That would make sense to me to do that. I can see putting that on the recommendation list, yes.
I think, for my part, I think that business community partner, I'm not sure how to tackle the company in our condition, but I would rather go for SIP and other things, who's very closely, working with us. I would go for that, if there's a great condition.
I think I have a similar question / concern about the business community partnering, and I think to me the question is, well, what's the input that we're trying to get from them with regard to our learning outcomes?
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I feel that's the way, which is why I'm trying to get into, instead of having to debate each of the various ones, I'm trying to get at, yeah, this is a pretty good start, but maybe our student committee on this, that has two more members, we could try to flesh it out and suggest and bring it back. We're not a deciding group, we would just bring it back to the board and say, what do you think of this? We have 3 of these, we have 4 of those, we have whatever, that would let us hash that out, and we would debate this thing of, well, why a business, does that make sense, or why doesn't it? So, hearing your comments is really helpful, I think.
One other suggestion I could make for your superintendent's committee to think about. I know there are still some members in our community that served very actively on our previous not just our most recent citizens oversight committees, but actually there are some who are still active community members who served back in the 80s and went through consolidations and closures. So I don't know if that could potentially have broad representation in terms of the senior taxpayers who's been around a long time and maybe went through that, but that's just something you guys can consider value proposition there. Yeah.
So Steve, anything that you were talking about, I just wanted to clarify because your interpretation of that was that it's the coalition plan 5.
That's not,
I'm assuming you kind of like see board members.
I was thinking more like the coalition is largely going to be our current parent school members, and just I'm reflecting on, I guess, there are people who have been a part of C4 either now or in the past who have a lot of longevity in this community, and there might be a value proposition there for somebody.
Totally, and I was always saying that the seat itself is really committed to working with this group. Stuart, for example, is on that group, he's in the seat, and he's a part of that. Karen is on it. So I think right now they're very connected in a way, and so yes, working with them as a connected group, and us thinking about what school representation makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I don't, I guess maybe my charge to you guys might be, I hope that you define this list broad enough that you would accept enough applications that if one came in that made you think twice and we didn't have a category they fit neatly into, that they're not just off the list because of that. So, it might, to your point, I guess,
The first one, parent from each school, you mean they should be, their kids should be going to that school, right? Or is it living in that area?
I think the idea there is that any decision impacts all 25 schools, so you have some kind of way of having all 25 represented. It doesn't necessarily have to be necessarily one from each, maybe it's a feeder pattern, and these are the things we have to talk about, would it be 2 people or would it be 1? But I think the idea is that literally that school's population is being represented by somebody who has skin in the game now in that school. I think that's
I would be supportive of that, and I would just say if folks are comfortable with that.
yeah. Can we talk about facilitation? I'm pretty sure we're all agree. Let's get a facilitator, yeah? And Jerry, I know you thought about that a lot, so I don't know if you want to work.
Well, I think I would like to have, I think, what Leslie talked about when they brought in facilitator with somebody from the outside, not associated with the district, but other parents have impartial view. And I think this is what when FUHSD had their CAC about. I like that model. I've heard a lot of good things about that model from
About the facilitator. Yeah, I agree.
So that's one, and I think in that process, the facilitator was tasked with choosing the members of this committee. And so I would be in favor of that also, just to sort of remove all that from district purview.
That's good. Yes, I agree.
Agreed.
Yeah. And so to that point, are we talking about, when we go back to parents, is it necessarily, do we want to put a parameter on it that it is the current PAC member versus allowed applications?
They did applications in Fremont, and I think didn't
I think what I understood was he actually involved a retired judge, and the judge actually picked up. And I guess he approached it the way he picks juries. I don't know how judges pick juries, but one more song.
Yeah, I mean, to your question, I guess my reader is, I would say yes to a facilitator, and I guess my personal preference would be, I think this is super important that we get it right, and I think it's super important that we invest in the right person.
Great. Okay, so I think, is there anything in just big picture, generically, this sort of model which we will tweak and make sure that it really matches us? Is there any category thing isn't there that we should be thinking about?
Categories of people?
No.
Categories of items.
Of all the things that,
So I did have a question. So we will be discussing what the specific charge is.
Right, yes, exactly.
We're not done with this.
We are not.
Okay.
We are not.
What improvement they come and update?
What improvement they update the board, actually. We're going to get that, so we have to get to the timeline, we have to talk about more process, we have a lot of things, that's why I'm trying to push us through a little bit, because I'm going to need a group to work on this. I guarantee you would spend 2 more hours just on this, and we have to turn some of that over to a smaller group, and we'll bring it back. No, nothing will happen without you all doing it. So, with that in mind, if we can do it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That was my other one, budget advisory, and I guess just make sure that within this we're giving thought to whether or not that's accomplished through the labor groups or whether or not that's accomplished through the 2 board members who are sitting on it currently.
Meaning what?
Just making sure that we've got a strong tie-in with budget advisory.
Okay, so let's get to process, because maybe one of the process things is, let's make sure we engage DEC. So this is the committee, it's facilitated, we have to have makeup for it, and we're agreeing that it's going to be a steering committee and a larger committee that's doing a little work over a relatively short period of time, and we're trying to get it done, right? And so we need a charge for it, we need a process and a timeline. Okay, so we don't need this slide, I don't think that's what we're doing right now. So actually, no, I was going to go back up. I do want to say to the board, so right now I do want to just talk about if that's the generic process, what are we doing? I was so committed to we're trying to have some sort of a plan put before the board by the end of this school year, meaning, hopefully in June, essentially, we would have something brought in front of the board as a potential plan, right? Based on the sort of charge that we have to talk about. And what about the process from now to then? What are, without getting overly detailed, but what are the components of that? What do you want to make sure happens? So when we're doing, there's this committee that's going to be working all the time. What about larger town halls between now and then? What about, do we need to have ongoing go to every single site? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are there other things, like if you're really just locked up in a room doing this work over time, are there other touch points? Are there, is it every single board meeting going forward, we're going to have an agenda item in case we have something to report, and we will make sure we report and bring things to the board. Do you want community meetings going forward, or do you feel we've had so many of those, it's now time for the committee to go? We let the committee work for a 6-week period, and then decide, okay, what else do we have to do before we, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get a, or do you want the subcommittee to draft an idea about that and bring it to you for consideration? What do you need in a process?
Okay. So I think, I don't think we keep going back from it. I think we have enough data. I think that's what I think great job you guys have done. That's what they did. This will be a good feeling mechanism to the subcommittee. And I think keep going back, it will only delay the process. Okay, we have what, 5 months now, and not even 5 months actually. So there is too less of time, and I think we are making bigger decisions than we need to really accelerate that. And I think we can leave up to the committee in case you need something, the committee needs to do something bigger. I think probably they should do in the course of it. In my view.
I agree, the committee should decide if we need any more community input. I think we should decide that.
That comes from the committee conversations, the larger.
If they need town hall meetings, then they can, if they need more information.
I see. So they're really charged with the getting this thing done, and the degree to which they need anything with community, that they should lay that out.
Lay that out, and also if they feel like they need to come to a check-in with us as part of their process, then absolutely schedule that. First, whoever they choose, I imagine they never served on this, RCAC, but I imagine they elect a chair or something, so have somebody come give us an update and request more information if we need it, but I guess we can do it. I mean, as long as we're still, we're all in agreement that this is open, we're doing this as a board committee and it's an open meeting, so any community member who wants to go gets to be there, gets to make public comment, gets to be involved, and I'm sure we'll all be reading up intently on that process.
Do we know if the FUHSD process, were they a board committee? Did they operate under the RAC? Maybe not.
Maybe they did at some point, but
We'll find out. I sort of thought they had, but we can cool that. Okay, so that actually helps a lot, and suggests that's a good way to go. So, and everybody's okay with that, and that's kind of driven by the committee itself, the degree to which we have things like that. And then we keep the board informed. I would recommend really that just for now to have a whole other single meeting or something in the year. We don't need one, we just take it off, but then we'll assume that we have something to be reporting as well. So what about the charge? I kind of think that's the big thing right now, and I think once we have that, ideas about what the actual charge is, I think that my superintendent steering committee can put this all together somewhere without trying to hash it all out here. That's my hope in this meeting. So with that in mind, we kind of have, you know, the last slide for the. This was an early version of something, and I just used it. I haven't come back to it. I think the one that was in the mitigation document as well. And then there's the problem statement, right? So we kind of have those. Is there just a simple way of like stating, well, what's the charge? What do you, as a board, want to give as a charge? And again, if you want the subcommittee to wordsmith it and get it tight or whatever, but what is the basic way? You just have to say in a sentence or something, what is it? What are we asking them to do?
I think we have a problem statement already, but then ideally somebody should be making the math out of that problem statement and get it. Because I think we'll go back to what you all said. If you start giving too many guidelines around that, I think we become a little restrictive around that. And therefore thinking of it thought probably may not reflect my view. So I think as long as we can define the problem very well, and we should be able to come up with a solution on that.
The last committee that we had, we asked them to bring us options. I don't know if I want any more options.
Well, you want the
I
option.
think I want them to come to us with a recommendation. Because I think if they come with options, we're going to be right back where we are now.
I'll reflect on that and I'll say yes, and. I'm worried, and I'm back to sort of, Jerry started this off with a word around urgency, and Sylvia had a word earlier, which was stability. And sort of this idea that a stable system that serves us well over time may also not be the same thing that addresses our urgency. And I'm wondering if we need to give them permission to do it by, yes, it may be an option, but maybe there's a phased approach there, maybe there's one part or piece that addresses our urgency and another part or piece that builds towards stability over time. I don't want to limit them from I just see that as so big to possibly tackle as one thing, those two things, stability and urgency, that I want to give them leeway to be flexible in the one thing.
Well, the stability, and just so I'm understanding, the stability and urgency are drivers and are realities that we feel, but they are not drivers of a plan. Long-term stability would be. The urgency is how we're feeling about it, and that there is some urgency, and there is, especially to the degree that we're spending way more money than we actually should be and can be, right? So that's the reality. To me, it doesn't complicate it in my mind for this committee to say, well, the plan you are coming up with has to allow for.
So I guess what I'm reflecting on is part of what we've heard is I need more time, and part of what we've heard is I need a decision. And part of the I need more time is giving me time to grow something and try new ideas out, and part of what we've heard is needing to address some, fundamental issues now, because,
But that's something that that's the charge, and I think you should trust the facilitator, and not you, you should.
Big you.
Yeah, exactly, that you can trust the facilitator to consider, that if that's the charge, that we are going to come up with a plan that is long, that will be a long-standing, stable plan,
I'm envisioning them coming back with a series of things for us to do. A recommendation,
Yeah,
a series of things that we would do next year.
right, right. Yeah, you want to see a recommendation at the end of the day.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
For me,
Yes.
the reason, the value of this committee for me, I think there are two. One is actually, are there out-of-the-box ideas that we haven't considered here? Because I've heard during the community feedback, people mention this and that, and it's perked my curiosity. And so I think having a larger group, more pairs of eyes looking at the problem, is there something that hasn't come up among the discussions among the six of us, right? So that's number one. And number two, I see it as really chasing down a lot of these alternatives, doing the details, doing the math. People have talked about, because there are really two sides to this, right? There's increasing the revenue by, say, attracting students. There are ways to take costs out of the system by figuring how we provide services. And just really doing the math and chasing down the details on exactly what are if we go out and try to, compete with private school for students realistically, how many are we talking here? Being able to kind of get those kind of details that we are not able to sort of work on here. Because I suspect it's not going to be one thing. I think we've all said that. It's not going to be this one action. It's going to be a number of different actions that could be coupled in some way. And so doing that next level work so that lots of people look at it and say, okay, this makes sense as a package. So I'm sort of with Satish in terms of leaving it kind of high level. I think they're really, to your point, two levers, more money, less spending. I'd like to see some ideas on both. But unless, for whatever reason, they feel like there's no way we could do one or the other. But then otherwise, just kind of have them, I'm really looking for some new ideas here, right, that we haven't thought of, so.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. What I heard Phyllis thinking and talking about was at the end of the day, in June, don't come back with, here's three options. Come back with, we really worked it through. By then, you would have been, the board, we would have brought the board along through all of this, but it's good that we're going, is there an agreement that we're going toward, here's the plan. We talked all through, here's what we recommend, and now the board always has the right to say, no, there's things that I really think we need to, so that they haven't decided it, but be firm in saying, don't, because the last committee had the active lobbying conversation, but at the end of the day, there was a whole bunch of ideas, right? We have done that, and we've done it more than that committee as
And
well.
I think, though, that the things Jerry's getting to will come to us during the course of the moment. Won't we hear all of those kinds of things, those new ideas and stuff that you're talking about during the course of our updates?
Right, and probably we would say, and the facilitator would help us with, here's something that the community feels it needs to know from the board before they can actually do that, because we're not sure what the board thinks about whatever, right? And so then we would bring that back. And that's why I say we have on the calendar going forward every single meeting that we're going to do that day. And if we need to have a study session because there's not enough time, we'll add that to it. We'll have a special board study session. Or two. Okay.
I think for me, when I'm looking at the charges, there's a little bit too much here. In some ways, number two can almost be eliminated or incorporated into 1 and 3. I think because we've already made some statements about, there's some, certain things about alternative schools that we've already decided on, so it doesn't necessarily need to be that many more scenarios about it, right? But it can be proposals that involve all the schools, whether or not they're in their own alternative, right? So I guess I'm trying to simplify some of these, some of the directions here.
Yeah, I just want to put that. I hope these up because these were old. And I think we're in a different place. I just wanted out there prompt. My assumption is that we're going to develop something that utilizes maybe a few pieces of this and the problem statement and try to get it down to a real short, maybe bullet it, here are the 3 charges or whatever, make it real
Yeah.
small things, you know that.
I think the other thing is tying it with the BAC, with the Budget Advisory Committee somehow. I don't exactly know how that would work, but if we already have a committee that's working on budget, and then we have another committee that's working on this, we also end up in the same situation as we did with the committee listening sessions, in which we're just focused on one thing in a silo without the other. So I want to make sure that whatever it is that we're doing, that the budget is very much integrated into that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what if, and Jeff, I don't know if you have a thought on this, but maybe that a part of what this board committee can do, and or superintendent committee, is task the BAC with some specific things that it needs in order to achieve its aim, and to say, can that kind of BAC tackle the following budget-related question, and so they are incorporated within that.
We will also have liaison confederations.
That's true, right, exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but I understand the idea that maybe there's an issue that instead of taking the time, the precious time of this larger group, that maybe we would say, okay, let's ask that question about it. If it's budget related, how that be a BAC thing to tackle? It's not solving a problem, but it's they're a resource to this group.
That makes sense to me. I mean, I see that the request that you put into the BAT could serve as potential trade-offs, right? If you were to do this, then what are the repercussions or that sort of thing?
Yeah.
So you kind of isolate that part of it, because I think the budget is something that you need specialized knowledge about how the district operates and all that. But being able to kind of encapsulate that and provide them in terms of options to this larger citizens community, feels like it would be a good way to integrate it. Right? They could ask for certain, if we were to do this, what are the ramifications and that sort of thing. Or how can we get here? What are the different ways we can get to this point? This is how I'm thinking. So kind of just hide on that. That makes sense. So I think this is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Definitely.
So as you guys are finding what I see, so I agree with Sylvia that 2 doesn't necessarily need to be there anymore for me, but maybe 2 becomes a part of a scenario that they consider under number 1, right? It might be that that's a way to attract. But 1 is a little nebulous for me. In the second sentence in particular, what might the alternatives be? I feel like the charge for me needs to be a little more concrete than that. I mean, something around, what kind of time frame, what kind of, if then, what kind of, considerations or criterion does it kick into, and what sort of if-then time frame as a part of the recommendation that we consider.
Yeah.
Can I ask, did we come to an agreement on the discussion was about 576 number, but I think we all kind of agreed that it was more or less term range. But did we agree that that was what we wanted? I don't remember. It's been a long day.
I prefer the table as a mitigating, personally I prefer the table as a mitigating, but that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, I put down, use the mitigating one, but yes, it was more of a range. We could have something to the fact that was, and it wasn't a hard and fast, strict rule, it was an aim that, kind of we're trying to get that, and then as far as we got, parameter. So, personally, I've done from today's meeting, I have a really good idea of what you all are thinking, both within the process, a kind of charge that we have not worked out well enough yet, but just taking little bits and pieces from problem statement, from this, but really making it a very definitive, clear charge. You know, that there's no, it's not, there's no mics and they're not, it's, by June of 2020, we will bring forth a recommendation to the board that addresses the following, and here's that chart, right? So that's, I feel I can do with my steering group and try to pull that together and bring it back to the very next meeting. I feel like I want to just get that done.
Yeah, because when you think this could be, might get in the way, I mean, if they, we're talking about 16 weeks, if we're going to come out by the end of June, that.
Yeah, we basically have a couple of weeks to find the facilitator to do it. But I get that, that's why we're doing this right now. We are on a tight timeline, and hopefully I can get my team together by next week, and we will be up and running 3 weeks from now, if at all possible. That's my goal, and I do think we can get it done if we do that. What do you think? Yeah, it definitely been a long day, so I'm not sure we can be as productive as we might normally be. So, are we good? Do you think? Are we done with this? Yeah, and it for right now is going to be mostly the charge, I think, right? But that's the main thing we need right now, because the other stuff we get to work on a little bit along the way, and I would say find a facilitator and try to flesh out that who makes up that big committee. I think those are going to be big tasks to do, and I think if we can get that done in the next 2-3 weeks, that would be really good, and then we'll go full steam ahead from there. Okay. Very good, thank you very much.
Where are we? Oh, sorry, I'm off on my game too here. Yeah, where's my brain now? Okay, so I guess we're ready to move on to 11.1, board and superintendent activity and committee reports. Anybody?
I don't have it. You have a list. No, I said that we have activities.
The only thing I know is the facility master plan all meetings. I was able to go through about 3 of them, and they were fairly well attended. So it was good to see people really marking out the blueprints. There were a lot of people saying, oh, we want this, or oh, that'd be great, or I have no idea that this was something that the architects had thought about, like the second stories and things like that. So I think that's exciting. I think there's excitement in the community with regards to the possibilities.
So I do have just a couple of facilities master plan. I did attend board president's training from my CSDA. Would definitely recommend that. Very helpful. Let's see, from Santa Clara County School Boards Association, last night, I just went back to you really quickly. Delegate assembly, the candidates all presented last night, and so we'll see that on one of the next 2 upcoming agendas, so we need to vote on that by the end of February. And then we all got the email, I believe, from Larry Stone, who's the Santa Clara County assessor, about whether or not there's any interest in him coming to speak. And just to update you, the School Board Association is now looking at sort of a one-stop shop with him rather than him going out to each district, at just bringing him in February, March kind of timeframe for one of our meetings, so that he could get his presentation there and anybody who wanted to attend those. So that's just addressing a prior email we got. And then Saturday, June 6th, Santa Clara County School Boards Association will be holding a candidate workshop led by Ella Wheeler this year. That's all. Oh, okay. Oh, just nervous. So, you want to updates for us? Okay. And then agenda 7, anybody have anything you want to see in the future? got all the fun stuff going. All right. So with that, if there's anything else, I think I get to adjourn the meeting.
Thanks, everybody.